Good evening. I would like to call this meeting to order. Ms. Henry.
Mr. Hikes,
Here.
Ms. Weiss,
Here.
Ms. Hubbard,
Here.
Ms. Vile, Ms. Jones, Mr. Davis,
Present.
Ms. Cousins.
Yes.
We have a quorum.
Can we stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good evening once again. It's been an extremely busy week and it's just now Tuesday. Welcome everyone back to the new year. Nahid Chapman at Stevens. As St. Louis continues to be a welcoming place for immigrants for a variety of nations, St. Louis Public Schools is also seeing a population increase among English learners. In fact, this growth has come so quickly, we've had to make changes surrounding Nahid Chapman New American Academy at Roosevelt. Due to 63% increase in the number of students in just 1 year, shared space Roosevelt High School was no longer sufficient. As of Tuesday, January 2nd, our students and staff have moved into Stevens. These young people and their teachers are very excited to have their own building. Now housed in the repurposed Stevens Middle, this relocation reflects the commitment to providing a top-notch education to a diverse student body. SLPS is without a doubt the leader in education for English learners in St. Louis region. Customer Service Excellence Training. The professional development session on customer service excellence hosted by the Office of Public Affairs took place at SLPS Central Office on Thursday, January the 4th, 2024. During the session, our school secretaries, assistants, and family community specialists gained valuable insights into assisting our families with their needs and coping with stress in their roles. These can be very tough jobs. Strategies were shared to help manage the demands of their positions effectively, ensuring a smooth and efficient operation within our school system. Additionally, participants received practical guidance on enhancing communication skills and fostering a welcoming atmosphere for our school community. Participants explored ways to make interactions with parents and students more inclusive and accommodating. The goal is to create an environment where everyone feels valued and respected. We extend our appreciation to the Office of Public Affairs for organizing this insightful session. Dr. Scarlett, Spirit of Excellence.
Good evening. So, getting started tonight. Oh my God, I'm so excited. All right. Tonight, the Spirit of Excellence spotlights are Vashon High School boys basketball team. Woo! Now, my talking points don't share this, so I'm just going to say that that we had an opportunity up ahead of the trip that they took to Hawaii, and we'll talk about that, for these young men and for their families to come at Vashon High School, and we talked to them about expectations. And I just felt such a good sense of these young people and their families there. I felt just that they were in good hands, that they come from a community that loves them and wants to nurture them. And I knew you all were going to represent. I knew it was going to happen. And so I'm super grateful. With me coming in as a brand new superintendent, there are policies that sometimes we don't have. And we didn't have policies around out-of-school field trips. And so the way that the team worked together in order to develop those policies, thanking our board for approving that policy that made it possible for us to really safely move through this process. And then also some acknowledgments to our security staff, Captain Dobines and Officer Lee, who traveled with them. So I'm gonna get back on script, but I'm just so grateful for this experience for me to be able to share about this. So back to you all. All right. So just before winter break, our Wolverines, the reigning Missouri State boys champions, had the unique opportunity to showcase their skills as scholar athletes and have the experience of a lifetime in the Aloha state of Hawaii. The team participated in the 39th annual Iolani Classic, held from December 19th through the 22nd at Iolani High School in Honolulu, Hawaii. In a highly competitive field featuring 16 teams from 7 different states, Vashon finished an impressive 5th overall, clinching 3 victories in 4 games. The Wolverines left a lasting impression, upholding the standards of both Vashon and the St. Louis Public Schools. Beyond the court, the team had the chance to immerse themselves in an experience of a lifetime, exploring the Pearl Harbor National Memorial. They paid homage to a crucial part of our nation's history. Additionally, the players had the extraordinary opportunity to share the same gymnasium. Guess who came? Barack Obama came to see our young men. Come on, you can give a hand for that. That's exciting. So join me in welcoming Coach Tony Irons, our head coach of Vashon Wolverines, and his amazing team as they shared their firsthand experiences and insights from the trip. We'd also like to show how proud we are of each player by giving them a certificate of distinction tonight. So come on up. Yep. All right. So Mr. Irons, we're going to have some firsthand accounts. Do we have a slideshow that's going to show? Is that true? Did I make that up? Okay, all right. No, we don't. Okay, all right. Okay, well, maybe a few first-hand accounts that you want to be able to share as coach, head coach. Yep.
All right. Well, first, Dr. Scarlett, on behalf of Vashon Boys Basketball, we'd like to thank you. We appreciate this recognition. It was a life-changing experience for our boys. Hopefully, this is the first of many. We have a great group of kids who are hardworking, dedicated. They spend a lot of time, and when they get on the road, they actually represent our community, our school, and the St. Louis Public School Districts with first class. So I want to, this is bigger than me. I'm not real big on giving speeches. I would much rather if you allow one of our captains to speak, to let you get a first hand on. His name's Christian Williams. He's a 4.0 student.
Ooh.
He participates in he's a part of Early College Academy. He takes classes at Forest Park right now. He actually has about 7 or 8 scholarship offers right now too. So I would like for him to speak on behalf of our team as our captain. So, Christian.
My name is Christian Williams, captain of Vashon basketball. So yeah, the experience of Hawaii, it was really a life-changing event, honestly. Like being able to go to war with my teammates, like all of them, and also to be able to go out and like experience a whole new culture was just something I never thought I'd be able to experience. Like going to Vashon, I never thought I would ever like do something like that. Like we travel so much. We work so hard, and we also learn how to be a man. Basically, we learn life-changing skills, and we learn how to also we just learn how to grow up. Honestly, we all growing up together as like a team and individuals. Like Hawaii really did shed a light on something I never thought I would experience. It was just life-changing. Honestly, the view breathtaking, everything. So. Honestly, I feel like it was a blessing, and I thank y'all for allowing us to be able to go experience that. Thank you.
So I knew there was a slide. You all are fast. Look how you created that slide deck just that fast. Okay, all right. So we do have a few student testimonials here, and we'll just kind of put them up here so you can read a little bit while we're doing the announcements of our athletes as well. So Dr. Borshade, our chief of schools, you can come on up.
I would just like to say congratulations once again to the entire system that made this happen. And we have certificates here that we would like to recognize each and every one of you with. And so as we call your name, you come on up and get your certificate. Andre Aaron.
And stay up here. Stay up when you get it. Stand right here in the front for us. You stand right here. Yeah, turn around.
And turn around.
Toward
and face
everybody.
us. Armand Aaron. Nasir Binyan. Niquan Kern. Christian Williams. Trey Williams Jr. Jordan Richard. Nicholas Randall. Leon Powell. Jimmy McKinney III. Daria McCaskill. And Dario McCaskill. They need to get used to this. Yeah, I understand. Wow. Okay. Move in.
I got you. We're good. Everybody look at me. One. All right, here we go. 1, 2, 3. One more. 1, 2, 3. Wolverines. Thank you.
All right. They're heading home to do the scholar part, right? They're going to go study. All right. Thank you all. Have a good evening. All right. So moving along with the spirit of excellence, I've taken some executive privilege to institute my own award for the spirit of excellence. And these are one of those awards that seldom get recognized, our board members. Our board members are volunteers. They're elected officials. They have whole lives, families that they take care of, and they work tirelessly for this board. When I reach out to them, they respond to me immediately. Most of them were here right when I got hired, and then there was a transition. And I am very grateful for their work. We may not always agree, but I believe our values are the same. Our beliefs may be different sometimes on how to proceed with that, but I am absolutely proud to work with the board that I work with. It is a privilege to work with this board. And so I'm instituting a Spirit of Excellence Award where we just catch different board members doing good. And so today I want to honor Mr. Matt Davis. I want to honor Mr. Matt Davis for a variety of reasons. First of all, he is so responsive. This man works so hard. It seems like within 2 minutes he answers back any text message or email. I don't know how I think he could probably read all my emails and his at the same time. I don't know about his ability to digest. His heart for equity, his willingness to go to Jefferson City and advocate, his willingness to lead, his willingness, maybe reluctance to be in the midst of fire when, public sentiment maybe doesn't align with what they believe that he should do. And so I just want tonight for us to please thank Mr. Matt Davis for his work as our vice president on the board. Everyone please stand and give him a hand. That's my vice president. All right, so thank you. All right, so lastly, the last things are a few calendar updates. All district schools and offices will be closed on Monday, June 15th in honor of Martin Luther King Jr. holiday. All schools, well, what'd I say? June? Ooh, all right. Summertime, okay. January 15th, in honor of Martin Luther King Jr. holiday. All schools and office will reopen on Tuesday the 16th. On January 27th, SLPS will be holding a launch party for the St. Louis Public Library Central Branch to kick off literacy for the Lou. Woo! We're talking about unlocking the magic of reading and writing for every child across St. Louis. Keep your eyes on all district communications and channels for more information. You'll hear a little bit more today about that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Scarlett. Now we'll go into the superintendent's report. First up, presentations, listen and learn update.
All right, so I'm super excited about this presentation that we have, just to talk a little bit about the listen and learn that we've engaged in and continue to engage in. I set off on the course pretty ambitious to engage as many people as possible in my first 100 days and to be able to use those findings to help me to make considerations about the vision moving forward within that. That work is not done. We continue to engage every single day, every week, and keep gathering more information. Also, within that, I wanted to make sure that we were able to bring data back to community so you can see about what we're collecting. And so we've worked in partnership with some fantastic leaders and researchers that we'll introduce here. And so I believe that we have Dr. Shelby Cooley and Naomi Beardo, and then Dr. Mia Williams. Great, that are here. And they're part of a group, Nurture Ed, and so they've been doing some work on community research. And so this follows up with the data literacy presentation that I made in the last board member about what does it mean to have good data combined with thoughtful analysis and a compassionate understanding. And so I would like to introduce them to you as they get started to be able to share about the work that we're doing in St. Louis Public Schools, what they're hearing, outside people learning from people who are stakeholders within the system. So welcome, and I see Dr. Williams is queued up. Hello, Dr. Williams.
Hello. I'm so excited and humbled to be here in front of you all. And Dr. Cooley as well.
Great to be here. Thanks so much for having us. We're excited to share a bit about what we've learned, and then share a little bit about more to come. I'm not sure if our slides are up, but yeah, as we can kind of jump right in. We do have a little introduction slide to give a bit more context as well. But as Dr. Scarlett shared, this is really just a snapshot from a few of the early conversations. So these themes were compiled from the fall. So just kind of bear that in mind, given that there's many more conversations happening and more to come. You can advance to the next slide. So my name is Shelby Cooley. I work at Education Northwest and worked with both Naomi Berto and Dr. Williams. I'll let her introduce herself, and just a project that I think really tells us kind of where our heart and minds are when we think about student and family and community voice for accountability.
Yes, I get the privilege to oversee the Office of African American Male Achievement in Seattle Public Schools as one of our targeted universalist strategies in this effort to give an example of how a system and uses data capacity to build on our work for our system as a whole. We're just going to kind of highlight our voices, our vision, which was really about the work that you all are already doing, and we are just kind of deepening those practices that are coming along. The slide, I think, went down. But when we did opportunities of engaging in focus groups, we went and had family community meetings in each of the 5 regions around our way. And I know that as you read through the report, that Dr. Scarlett and team have went out and visited multiple schools and engaged with staff, community, all sorts of people to help lift this work. And our example of this is Our Voices, Our Vision, where we had some recommendations, which has been disseminated approach for our to do intentional learning and positive reception. And Our Voices, Our Vision themes continue to be used as frameworks for the school system and accountability. For example, of our continuous school improvement plan, the recommendations are a part of that plan. Instructional philosophy, the policy that was created, our professional development, it is a through line through those efforts, and a strategy map for goal area budgeting. So when people are being really intentional about having how they're going to direct funds around strategies, these are guiding principles. And we're super excited to come alongside of you all and continue to do this wonderful work that you guys are already doing to really just be intentional about what our St. Louis community and school system is really trying to lead us to next.
Thanks, Dr. Williams. Perfect. Thanks for transitioning the slide. So here's a little bit of just background. Again, this was just, a snippet of conversations, some of the first ones that happened over the summer, early in the fall, and these were school-based sessions. So there were lots of conversations that also happened within central office and other spaces that are summarized in a broader report. But kind of given the importance of hearing directly from young people and families, Dr. Scarlett and our team really thought of a focused report that's just on these findings is one way to really honor and uplift the insights of the community. The other way that we wanted to support some connections to ongoing work was that our data sources here were insights from these conversations, some follow-up meetings with key stakeholders to really understand current strategies. And then we did a crosswalk with the blueprint to also understand alignment with existing strategies. Also mixed in here are just some backgrounds from a really robust literature that, underscores a lot of the themes that we heard, that you all kind of heard from young people and educators and staff. So we'll kind of go through each of the themes and note that we have considerations. We didn't really want to call them recommendations because some of the work and some of these strategies that we'll name in here exist and are happening and are growing. And so sometimes it's just about deepening practice. You can go to the next slide. So as a high-level overview, the themes that were uplifted across these sessions were enhancing student engagement and academic excellence, and doing this through promoting student voice and choice and leadership. What does that look like? What are structures to support student voice in meaningful ways? Second theme was around family engagement. There's lots of wonderful work happening across the system. And are there ways to kind of establish and strengthen routines for not just family engagement, but community engagement from kind of both communication, but also structures that really leverage families as educators, parents, and caregivers as, having their own assets and promoting trust. And the last theme was around safe, connected, and thriving school communities. And so we'll just whip a slide for each and can have some time at the end, maybe for conversation. I know you all probably have a tight agenda though, so we'll just keep plugging along here if you want to advance to the next one. Great, thank you. So student voice, again, this was kind of engaging students in academic excellence by promoting student voice. So we heard, about engagement efforts, but really thinking of structures that move beyond listening to respond, but really partnering with students and uplifting structures that are connected to decision-making. We know from education research that student voice and leadership are associated with academic outcomes, are key to connecting young people to their school communities. And also it's really rare to see initiatives that are at, a central office or even statewide level that are kind of doing this in systemized ways. And Dr. Williams can share some considerations kind of given this theme that emerged.
And so in one consideration is establishing student leadership committees for district-wide decision-making. As we've heard from young people consistently that they're like, you all talk to adults all the time, but we're the ones experiencing learning. So they should be at the front of that and have a bigger vision for what they need to be able to thrive. And next, we have thoughtfully include students on the school board, incorporating their input on expectation norms and power dynamics. And lastly, encouraging youth participatory action research as a means to engage students in transformative change through information gathering. And those are three considerations and I know some of those things you guys are already doing, and these are just ways to consider to think about branching out in a deeper way.
Thanks. You can advance to the next slide. For family engagement, as I mentioned, there's a lot of powerful work happening at the building level, and this was also a theme that was discussed where it's more about reliable routines for just kind of core operational functions. So how do we kind of organize ourselves and in strong communication routines? So that was kind of one core theme. And the other was, what are some building level strategies for authentic engagement throughout the district? I think there's a lot of powerful work, and what's kind of the documentation and the storytelling and the data that we can uplift to really understand how those strategies are carrying out school by school. And the research underscores, all of these as being really important. And we know that when our families are connected, feeling empowered, that these also lend itself to strong student academic outcomes and social emotional outcomes. And I'll again let Dr. Williams walk through the considerations here.
Great. First one is decision of plans, like at the start of schools, informational packets, supplies, district-wide calendar and events and holidays, professional development on the school level goals around asset focus engagement with families. So engagement is a shared practice held by family support workers and all staff. Family-led forums and leadership spaces for families to family connection and power building across school communities. And these are three, again, you guys are already doing amazing work, and we are continuing to be innovative and to build the success that you've already had.
And I think another of our learnings and a theme that kind of came out within this was when we hear, from families on a recurring basis, we also can deepen our learning. And so thinking also about structures here. And you can advance to the next slide. The next one is a couple of sub-themes that came out. Perfect. One was around transportation. I know there's probably a lot of work operationally happening here, but in our fuller report, we have some suggestions, recommendations around transportation innovation and infrastructure. Really also thinking about how communication is also core here. And we heard from both the young people and families kind of in the blue panel here around just the important role of educators. This was also a theme from the blueprint, overlap with the blueprint document, where both families and students and educators acknowledge like the vital role of that relationship. We kind of go on to think about structures to not just support our educators, but retain and provide, professional development around fostering strong relationships between students and educators. And I'm not sure how we're doing on time, so we could just go to the next slide on the last theme here, which is safe and connected. So this was a theme that came out, and safety in kind of this really full sense. So here the theme was around promoting safe, connected, and thriving school communities. And we, heard from educators, students, and especially families around the need for ongoing safety measures that emphasize the importance of connection. So we know from both the literature and kind of what was heard in these sessions that young people who experience restorative practices can have just more positive experiences and connection to their school community. And so there are some, just preventative ways to keep young people connected, and the importance of wraparound supports and mental health were also some themes in here. And I'll have Dr. Williams run through this last group of considerations.
Yes, continuing so restorative practices to promote dialogue and accountability. Embedded instructional engagement opportunities for social awareness. Involvement of community stakeholders for school safety and well-being. In what ways can we continue to think differently about that, and just involving, like, we have a wealth of community that is willing to come in and support our schools, and how do we really be intentional about that support.
And within this theme was also just a lot of staff, especially reflecting on how resilient our young people are, and how important it is to co-design those supports with what young people say they need. So this kind of closing set of slides, the next one is on the blueprint alignment. We kind of did a more robust crosswalk, but here are kind of the three recommendations from the blueprint that kind of at the highest level mapped onto the three areas. We have kind of additional tables and documentation if folks are kind of seeing that as a useful anchoring document and want to use that to crosswalk the work back. But also just a way to kind of acknowledge that, you know, the themes and topics that came up in earlier conversations are also echoed in what is being learned this year in a deeper way with young people and families. And our next slide is around just kind of an anchoring question that has been helpful for this work and helpful as we kind of think about some next phases of support. Our team is really looking forward to learning more about the data capacity within St. Louis Public Schools and really supporting the system in measuring what matters, hearing about all of the wonderful work at the building level, especially around family engagement. Are there systems for ongoing learning with families and with young people? And are we able to do progress monitoring on top of that, for instance? So really learning about the robust engagement kind of happening in the system, and just if there's, you know, new structures that we know kind of relate to those student outcomes. So our ability to kind of tell those through lines, to tell that fuller story would be kind of a next phase of this work. And just to kind of close this out with just deep appreciation for the opportunity to, you know, really pull these insights together. One thing that we hear from young people in our communities is, you know, you ask us and then nothing happens, right? And so especially, you know, as a Black woman, as a researcher, like that often feels like, you know, my job having come, you know, being in a system, we really want to make sure that we're doing the work of asking and coming alongside that with strong accountability. So really knowing that the values are so aligned with this work has been great to be able to kind of report back out. And yeah, you can actually go to the last slide there, which gives a little bit of an overview. And I know that Dr. Scarlett will and team will continue to kind of share out where the system response kind of has been, continues to be, and how you know, the listening and learning isn't just a one phase, it's an ongoing exercise. So we're excited to have been able to summarize some of these learnings for you all. We'll hang out for a little bit if there's any questions. Hopefully we didn't go over time. I saw you all have a packed agenda. Thank you.
Well, thank you all so much. Hopefully, can you put them back on screen? I want to open up in case the board, if they have any questions for them, if you can put them on gallery review, to kind of take the spotlight off. Thanks. So we can see everyone. That'd be great. Thank you. So are there any questions from the board about what was shared here, or any other questions you might have of me?
So I know that we've got a lot going on in just a couple months that you've been here, and all this aligns with, you know, things I think that we've been hearing for a while, from community visioning to our focus groups we did for the superintendent search, which is, you know, I know we hired the right person because this all is a consistent theme, but what in your mind kind of are the next steps to implementation?
Yeah, I think a few things is we are using this data actively for the development of our new strategic plan. And so, taking the citywide plan for education, the blueprint that you see referenced here, they use that to make sure they cross-referenced around, you know, what the priorities of the district through the citywide plan. And as we have spent time, developing our student success goals, developing our portfolio of measures. How does that align with whatever our pillars or overall areas that we'll just kind of pull from the citywide plan, and then align the data and information in order to talk about, okay, this is how we move this forward. This is how we'll act, as we move forward in alignment with the different goals and our priorities as a district. So we'll take this data, and next we're launching at beginning of next month a superintendent transition team. So we're calling people back from who participated in the citywide plan development, and then other people in community stakeholders in order to bring the information back. I think to Dr. Cooley's point is that a lot of times we collect information from community, but we never ever bring it back to them. I think systems leaders, I said, kind of stiff arm them and say, okay, we got it from here. And so keeping our stakeholders active, our families, our school leaders, our community members active in the development, so it feels like we created a shared document for the 5-year strategic plan from 25 to 2030. So those are the next steps. By next school year, before we hit the winter, we want to have a fully adopted strategic plan so that we can begin socializing and aligning our resources to it and building out the professional learning, all of those things. And so we're operating in this, in the meantime, between time space, so we have to keep moving and working, but ultimately that will be sort of the North Star that keeps guiding us, over the time to help us to have the institutional discipline for our yeses and our nos, as a system. Yep.
Any other questions?
Yes, I have a question, please. Hello?
Go ahead, Secretary Jones.
Okay. When you started your presentation off, you started to talk about student voices. And I don't know, from the very beginning of my tenure on the board, it's always been about the student's voice. And I want to know, through your strategic planning and your listening sessions and your reviewing of the plan, how are you going to put the student voices in the front of this whole endeavor? Because I hear you talking about, referring back to the stakeholders, but when those meetings were held, I know the large majority of people that were there were professionals, but they were not the students. There were a few students, but I just want to know, how are you going to put the student voices, give them an opportunity to shine? What will be the mechanism to make them shine?
That is an outstanding question. I'm so excited. Tomorrow we have our Superintendent Leadership Advisory Committee. So we have 24 young people from across the district who not only want to have a voice, they want to act. And so I think the question is, how do we move beyond student voice to student action? That these young people want to lead in their schools, in their school communities, and in our districts in real salient ways. So whether it was the list from the data around having student board members, which was something that I got a chance to see when I was peering in on St. Louis Public Schools, but how do we keep that sustained as a practice, so that level of action, but also planning the type of learning that they want to be able to have when we talk about the innovation and learning as well. And so that's the big shift for us, because I do think that people do talk to young people, but again, they just collect the information and think that we know best. But our young people have unlimited capacity to actually lead in systems, and there's no movement that has ever moved forward without youth. We know that through time. There has not been any social movement that has not moved forward without youth. And so this work that we're doing in education, this has to be a movement. So I'm pretty excited about how we can enlist these young people as leaders, but also them being not just the only leaders, but helping to grow leadership across their different school sites to have students really integrated in the work that we're producing.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, Dr. Scarlett and your team.
Thank you so much, Dr. Williams. Thank you, Dr. Cooley. We appreciate you. Thanks for sticking it out with us on this Central Time from West Coast Time. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So next we'll have a graduation ceremony update. I'm going to ask Dr. Millicent Borshade, our Chief of Schools, to come on up to the podium and share about the graduation ceremony updates.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Scarlett. Tonight, I will provide a brief update on our graduation ceremony and 8th grade promotions. Here you see our 4 goals. The work that we do will always be guided by the board goals because they provide clear direction and focus for the work that we do as a system. They help guide decision-making and ensure that all stakeholders are working towards a common vision for student success. You see our SLPS strategic values. Once again, they also guide our work. Graduation ceremony. Graduation ceremony. Our graduation marks a great moment of pride, accomplishment, and celebration. Our aim is to facilitate a seamless process for all schools, ensuring a high-quality graduation that remains distinctive to each school's unique personality. Our graduation locations. High school principals had an opportunity to provide input on the location for the graduations. They were given 4 options, and the goal was to accommodate the selections as it relates to dates and times selected by the principals. The majority of the principals voted on option A, which includes Stiefel, Harris Stowe, and the Sheldon. Locations, option A, the ceremony structure would have 2 ceremonies for 2 large schools, and the date would be on May 15th. 2 ceremonies, one will happen at 3 p.m. and one would happen at 7. And then there's some other detailed information there for you. Option A continued. Then we have the Harris Stowe, where we would have the 8 individual ceremonies for the remaining schools, May 16th through the 19th. And then we would have the last 2 ceremonies on May 20th. The reason why there is no ceremony on the 19th is because there is a big parade that I hear that takes place in St. Louis every year on the 19th, so we want to stay away from that date. So here is the information that was gathered as a result of the input from our principals. And we will make sure that you have a copy of the actual details. And then moving into our 8th grade promotion ceremonies, all of the 8th grade promotion ceremonies will take place at their schools on the respective dates that are listed here. And we'll make sure that you have a copy of the actual promotion dates as well. In closing, there was a board, you approved, I should say, the resolution on December 12th to approve the graduation locations. There was a resolution to approve purchase of high school graduation regalia, which includes diploma packages and keepsakes for all of the graduating classes of 2024. Information about high school graduation was made available on the parent portal on December 18th after all of the voting took place. And that concludes the report.
Any questions for Dr. Borshade? Ms. Board Member Wise.
Thank you, Dr. Borshade. Last year, I was able to attend some of the graduations, and they were very unique. The ones that I got to attend, each school did something a little different. Some had student performances, others had student speakers. What is that process now for planning those individual ceremonies? Do the students have a voice in that? Is that up to the principals of each of the high schools to plan that portion of the?
That is definitely up to the principals. I'm sure they will have student voice. The only thing I wanted to do is secure locations.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I wonder, Dr. Borshade, if because this is kind of the second year we're following this format, and I know it was all disrupted because of COVID, but maybe it's the third year. Is there a possibility or an option or a thought that maybe we secure these venues for multiple years? So at the beginning of every year, we kind of know this is going to be a pattern that we've settled in. So, you know, when seniors start and their families start, they know, okay, this is the graduation date, this is where it's going to be. And it makes your job easier too, hopefully.
It absolutely does. We would definitely consider that. Thank you for that feedback.
Any other questions for Dr. Borshade? Thank you, Dr. Borshade.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Borshade. It was noticed, just to let you know, that McKinley is not on the middle school 8th grade promotion as a 6 through 12 school, so we'll make that addition. Thank you. All right. All right. Next, we'll have a transportation update. We have some partners from the, okay, yeah. So Mr. Watson, you want to come up and introduce our guests? So Mr. Square Watson, our Chief Operations Officer, is coming up to the podium.
Good evening to the board, Dr. Scarlett, listening audience. Square Watson, Chief Operations Officer. Tonight we're going to have a presentation, a three-part presentation. First, we will have the Council of Greater City Schools to present their findings and recommendations from the transportation review that was requested by the district and was conducted in May of 2023. Next, we will hear from Scott Allen and Mary Dodson with Missouri Central to provide some updates regarding the current status with transportation services, as well as a spoiler alert from the Environmental Protection Agency, or the EPA. And then lastly, the Director of Transportation, Ms. Toya Nakanola, and myself will provide a summary of first semester and project out future outcomes for the second semester. Between transition and between the Council of Greater City Schools and Missouri Central, we will pause for any questions from the board. Afterwards, we will continue with Missouri Central presentation and conclude with any questions that you may have. So with no further ado, I welcome Dr. Ray Hart, Willie Burrows, and David Palmer with the Council of Greater City Schools to present their findings and recommendations.
Thank you very much, President Cousins, Dr. Scarlett, members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to share with you this afternoon. First of all, I want to start by giving a couple of thank yous. Thank you to the staff who participated in the review. The council conducts a number of these reviews. We've done about 350 of these reviews, not just on transportation, but of other aspects of the school system over the last 25 years. So we want to thank the staff. It takes a lot for staff to request these reviews, but it's all an effort to continuously improve the operations and the academic outcomes of the district. In addition to that, I just want to take an opportunity to thank the members of the strategic support team, as well as some of my colleagues who are here. The council is made up of 78 of the largest urban school districts in the country. And one of the benefits of membership in the council, of which St. Louis is, you can periodically request, and our member districts periodically request services for us to come in and provide supports and recommendations. Those supports are not only provided by our staff, but they're provided by practitioners from other large urban districts around the country. So the feedback that we provide is not from consultants or those who think this is the way you should go. It's from those who are actually doing the work on the ground in other member districts. And I'll thank those individuals in just a moment. But transportation in particular, as you might imagine, this is not the first transportation review that we've done in the last 3 years. Transportation right now is a challenge across the membership, so it's a national phenomenon, not a phenomenon that's local to St. Louis. So the challenge of hiring bus drivers, the challenges regarding transportation services is something that's consistent across the country. And so I just want to make that note as we go through. The recommendations that we have are specifically to address some of the specific challenges and specific things that we've heard. I want to thank my colleagues who are joining me, who led the team. Behind me are Willie Burrows, who is the Director of Management Services with the Council of the Great City Schools, and formerly he led the operations work in a number of council member districts as well. David Palmer, who is a principal investigator, who is behind me as well, is retired Director of Transportation from the Los Angeles Unified School District. Not only has he retired from Los Angeles, but Los Angeles has called him and asked him to come back. So he's actually still working in Los Angeles. In addition to that, there were other members of the team from around the country. James Beekman, who is the General Manager of Transportation in Hillsborough County Public Schools, that is Tampa, Florida. Nathan Graff, who is the Senior Executive Director of Transportation and Vehicle Maintenance in San Antonio ISD in Texas. Nicole Portee, who is Assistant Superintendent of Operations Services in Charlotte-Mecklenburg, North Carolina. That's Charlotte, North Carolina. And Shane Searchwell, two more. Shane Searchwell is the Director of Transportation in the School District of Palm Beach County in Palm Beach, Florida. And William Wynn, Senior Director of Transportation Services in Orange County Public Schools, that is in Orlando, Florida. So with that, I want to thank the team for their presentation and thank them for joining us. And the two gentlemen behind me will join me when we get to questions and answers. I'm honored to present their work to you. First of all, we'll provide a strategic support team overview, which I've just provided. We'll provide a little bit of a background as well of the district. There are some commendations that we want to lift up that we learned and observed, and then we'll cover the findings and key areas of need as well as our recommendations, and we'll open up the floor to questions and answers. So first of all, transportation, all of your transportation services were outsourced, just as background. We have unique setups around the country in our large urban school districts, but there are districts that do the same, that follow the same policies that you do in terms of outsourcing transportation services. Your vendor is new or was new at the time. They were in year one, so you're now a little further along in that process. They were also contracted to provide the routing of buses, which we'll talk about as part of the report. And they assigned a third party that used software licenses owned by the district to do that routing support. And then the school bus vendor also started the first contract year, which was the year that we reviewed, significantly short of certified bus drivers. Again, I shared earlier that is not unique to St. Louis, but obviously it would result in challenges in providing transportation services to your students at the start of the school year, which was not the start of this school year, but the start of the past school year. In addition to that, on average, about 8,500 of the 15,000 transportation eligible students make use of the district's transportation. We'll talk about that as part of the report. And then SLPS contracted with 2 taxi cab services and 11 alternate transportation companies in 22-23 as well. And then finally, SLPS uses a modified 3-tier bell schedule, which we recommend. It makes for efficient use of bus services when you can allow a bus to have multiple runs, both in the morning and the afternoon. Of note, it's not a true 3-tier system in that you have, at the time we observed, there were 5 different bell schedules in the system. Creates a few places where you need to augment bus services, but overall it's a 3-tier system. First and foremost, commendations from your principals. Your principals said that bus services and the bus team, the transportation team, was highly responsive to their concerns and shared their appreciation for video services that were provided when requested. So when requested, they come in a timely manner. Obviously, as you know, it's an important transporting students and supporting students, not only from the time you pick them up through the end of school, is a critical aspect of the principal's day. So they were appreciative of that. District staff interview were committed to meeting the challenges of your transportation needs. And then SLPS, St. Louis Public Schools, scored best in quartile in 2 of the council's managing for results key operations performance indicators. We collect KPIs from across our member districts and really give you an opportunity to look at those KPIs to say, how are we doing relative to our peers? Your bus fleet, in terms of daily buses, as a percent of total buses, as well as your bus usage in terms of daily runs, which I talked about a few moments ago, were both best in class across the nation. some other findings related to leadership. And so we'll talk first about findings related to leadership, and then we'll go into some other findings related to operations and other areas. What we noticed first and foremost was we felt your staffing levels were inadequate for proper contract administration. One of the things you'll see when we get to the recommendations is actually recommending staff to support this effort, and I'll talk about it in two ways a little later. We very rarely in our reports do we recommend adding staff for any reason. We try to, in our reports, remain budget neutral. And we know what the budget circumstances are across our member districts going into next year. One of the things that we rarely do is recommend adding staff, but in this particular case, this particular recommendation was important enough to make sure that we shared it with you and included it in the report for a number of reasons, but I'll talk about that. In particular, monitoring and oversight of the contract itself, the support services, adherence to contractual terms, making sure that you're really looking at and reviewing the metrics associated with monitoring and evaluation of the contractor's performance against those metrics, compliance with legal and regulatory requirements we thought were particularly important. All of those have been impacted by not having adequate staff, and we'll talk a little more about what that looks like, but not having adequate staff to conduct those services. In addition to that, in terms of contract management and oversight, there's fiscal and contractual transparency that we thought needed to exist, particularly as it relates to ensuring accurate billing, invoicing, and costing and reporting. There's some other things we'll get into that as well. Also looking at the data security. One of the things that we recognize is when you contract with outside vendors, their data security becomes your data security. So as you're sharing data with them on students, student information, et cetera, monitoring how they handle that data is vital. And so making sure that your staff are able to lift up that is important. Performance and compliance for annual evaluation of services. Again, this is the contract, so it's continued. And then student and bus safety, verifying that there's daily inspections of the bus, driver check rides, driver training activities. One of the things that we recognize, and I'll note it as well, is we shared a number of the high-level findings that you see in this report with the staff, and the staff has shared with us a number of these things have already begun to be taken into consideration. So we'll allow them to share that more with you about that in the future. A couple of things that also jumped out at us. I mentioned earlier that the vendor creates the routes and bills for the number of buses required. We noted that that could potentially be a conflict of interest for you. One of the recommendations would be to bring that in-house. But the reason it's a conflict of interest is if they are creating the routes and then subsequently billing for those routes, you've got the vendor creating their own work. And that can be a conflict of interest, can potentially be a conflict of interest. We also heard that there was a lack of communication between the contractor, their staff, and you, their customers, particularly as it relates to principals and others. So contractually, they are required to have a call center and call tracking metrics. There were some things that were not timely about that process and have negatively impacted. Well, actually, that process not only wasn't timely, but it was disbanded overall. So again, that is a contractual requirement. Principals shared the communication was poor. In a particular, we'll note this a little later, but if buses are running late, things like that, that information doesn't always come through. Principals also noted that many of them hadn't had, at least the principals that we interviewed, hadn't had visits from anyone from the contractor's perspective or from the vendor's perspective to even kind of understand their school, their community, et cetera, begin to build relationships. Those are some of the things that are important. And then finally, we heard that the team didn't have consistent meeting cadence to provide feedback on services, et cetera. There was also, from our review, no indication that formal interdepartmental or annual route planning meetings existed. This is something that we typically see on an annual basis, particularly as it relates to special education services, identifying the team internal to the school district. What are the routes that we need? What's the communication process? How are we all going to work together internally as a team? So one of the things that you'll want to do as part of that process, and I'll get to this in recommendations, is immediately create that team, but also have that team create a timeline for here's what communications and what the aspects of support will look like from our internal departmental supports throughout the course of the year. During the site visit to the contractor bus yard, the team also observed or was told a couple of things. The first was that the vendor initially was unprepared, i.e. lack of drivers, lack of fleet maintenance staff, et cetera, when the contract kicked off. Again, we're hopeful that that has changed over the course of the last year. This was a review of last year. And the garage was particularly in disarray and appeared unorganized. And I'll show you some photos of the garage that we observed. And I'll also show you some photos of a garage that we shared earlier. And this speaks to some of the data that we'll share as well, just on the fleet and the nature of the fleet. This is one of the garages that was observed, some pictures of that garage. What you'll see is items kind of strewn about, et cetera. But this is where your buses would typically be serviced. And what I'll show you in contrast is a bus garage that we observed from another one of our transportation reviews this past year. So this was also a review last year. But in this particular garage, you'll see that all the parts are in order, labeled, tools are labeled. If you wanted to eat lunch on that garage floor, you could. But again, what that looks like in contrast to what you have speaks to some of the data that I'm going to share in just a moment. But maintenance of your buses, the support system that are provided behind, making sure you're keeping your fleet up to date is all critical. So with that, the garage lacked critical equipment based on our observations in terms of jack stands, other air compressors, things that are needed. Attendance among bus drivers was noted as being poor. And they weren't necessarily being held accountable, particularly on certain days of the week, holidays, et cetera. There are challenges with attendance, which impacts your routes. Driver training was not well structured in that we heard that there were third-party video training of drivers, some other things, but the hands-on, face-to-face, in-person training that needed to take place for drivers, particularly as it relates to your students with disabilities, making sure drivers are aware of their attitudes, their students, the needs of those students as those students board buses. All of those things are critical. And then the contractor did not have enough mechanics or maintenance staff to maintain all the buses in the fleet. And that's something that we'll note a little later in the findings as well. The district included in their contract, and some of the recommendations here get into the contract, and one of the things I'll note is some of the things related to the contract are future issues. They're not issues that you'll be able to address immediately. A number of other recommendations in the report as well are future recommendations, not immediate recommendations, and the district will be able to lay out kind of when they'll tackle some of those recommendations. But this one in particular, it was noted that there are performance penalties built into the contract, but then those performance penalties cannot exceed $5,000 per calendar month. So there's a cap on those penalties in the contract, which really limits the district's ability to hold your vendor accountable for on-time service and other things. The team reviewed extraordinarily high percentages of buses not passing Missouri's annual bus state inspections. And when I say extraordinarily high, that is an understatement. These inspections are conducted across council member districts by the Highway Patrol. Those inspections for buses generally both for the state of Missouri, and the specific data is provided in the report, but both for the state of Missouri as well as for council member districts, those bus inspection rates, passage rates on the first time, rarely drop below 90%, very rarely. They're almost always 95 to 98% first-time passage of state inspection. Yours were at 51, just over 50% passage rate for the first time. That is extraordinarily low and actually unprecedented in our reviews. The team also was unable to verify that The cabs and alternative transportation companies that you have worked with had a comprehensive process for training their drivers. Again, when you subcontract with someone, making sure that they have the appropriate training is critical. There's some other areas in the report where we address that issue as well. And then the district lacks centralized contract compliance office. I mentioned earlier about the contract compliance for this particular contract. One of the things, and I talked about earlier, that we would make a recommendation of adding staff to specifically support contract compliance. And we recommend in our recommendations doing that in one of two ways, specifically for transportation or more generally for district contracts overall. And there's a couple of different ways that the district could do that. We'll work with the district on making recommendations for what that might look like between either overall contract compliance or contract compliance specific to transportation, because there's a couple of ways you could do it by adding a staff person that had different responsibilities. So we'll talk through that. Principals. Also noted, I talked a little earlier about principals and their commendations, but they talked earlier also about, again, I mentioned the contractor leadership not visiting their schools, telephone calls going unanswered, et cetera. Buses were always late, and notifications for late buses were effectively non-existent. This was messages that we heard from your principals. Principals also shared that drivers were often no-shows on paydays or holidays. I mentioned that earlier. One principal noted we are under more stress due to transportation problems, and parents have shared they are very disappointed in bus service. I would be surprised if you all as board members haven't heard some of the same things. So just noting that and noting that they're being addressed is important. The application that parents use to track the bus was unavailable most of the school year, and when it was working, much of the data was inaccurate. So really correcting that is important. Field trip confirmations didn't always get forwarded back to schools and principals. And although the contractor staff shared that parents and school officials were notified by email of late buses, principals interviewed indicated they had not received those email notifications. A couple of other things around organization and operations. This is kind of a separate area in the report, but just to note, the SLPS staff do not have the same access to the contractor GPS software or the parent portal system, and that's something that could easily be addressed. The team also heard conflicting information when new students were placed on a bus, so there were different reports of how long that process took, whether it was 7 to 14 days, whether it was 2 weeks, as reported by principals. Principals noted automatic 2 weeks. In addition to that, others shared that it was 4 to 5, or not others. In our council KPIs, key performance indicators, for most of our council districts is about 4.5 days that process takes. So it's considerably shorter than 2 weeks. And then transportation is not present at IEP meetings. This was an important one, and it'll need to be noted across the district when transportation should be a part of IEP meetings, or if not immediately in the IEP meeting, immediately after. And quite often what's happening is IEP meetings are conducted, students are identified as needing services, transportation services, but the communication between the IEP team and transportation is lagging or inconsistent. And so that's something that's an important aspect of the transportation process. A couple of other things around organization. The Department of Transportation lacked a formalized process for monitoring and effectively utilizing ridership and current bus capacity data. That is something that would be important to lift up. There's a difference between, and currently the plans include bus routing that is based on total possible students riding buses as opposed to actual ridership. And so those are some things that you want to take a look at. But the first step in that process is actually understanding what daily ridership looks like and being able to track that. I share in this next bullet, we share in the next bullet, routes were built on eligibility rather than average daily ridership. Goes back to the previous bullet. You've got to first collect that information and then build routes based on what the actual is. And then the Department of Transportation doesn't follow best practice for receiving nightly student information system updates. That is critical for making adjustments to routes. We talked in the previous slide about speeding up the time it takes to identify pickup or a child that needs to be added to transportation, et cetera. That is benefited by those nightly updates in the SIS system as opposed to weekly updates. On-time school bus arrival last school year was reported in the 85% range. Our seat across council member districts, we look at a median is about 99.95% of the time buses are on time. This is a critical one, and the on-time both routing and tracking of your student bus arrivals is critical because it directly impacts student achievement and student outcomes. Your students being in school, your students getting to school in a timely manner, enabling them to really engage in the academic learning process. In addition to that, if buses are running late, a child misses the bus, that bus service also impacts your attendance. So if you're looking at challenges around student attendance coming out of the pandemic, that is something that is consistent across council member districts. Understanding the role that transportation plays in impacting attendance is also critical. If a bus is missed, often a parent can't get back home, or if a bus is late, the child goes back home, parent can't get back home to then get that child to school, so the student is home all day. So just understanding that relationship is important. And then finally, your cost per bus, which is, again, contractor operated, and your cost per mile operated were significantly higher than our KPIs across council member districts. Yours is about $113,000 as based on the data that was reported to us, and the median across the council is about 57. Similarly, the cost per mile operated, which these two metrics are tied to each other, about $19 for you and about $7.59 for others. And then finally, I'll go through our recommendations, and I'll ask my peers and colleagues to join me if they have anything else they'd like to add. Convene with a sense of urgency as we shared a task force, representative of transportation, procurement, and other offices to carefully review the terms and conditions of not only the contracts, but also the collective needs across the district as it relates to transportation. Meet with the president and CEO of the current school bus contract company to implement performance management plan to correct the issues and outline specific steps and a timeline for improvement. And we talk more about that in detail in the report. Communicate with stakeholders by informing parents, school administrators, and others, not only of the current situation, but as progress is made, what does that look like? Consider conducting a comprehensive staffing study. We're proposing that, but this again goes back to looking at the function of contract management, deliverables, et cetera, so identifying what that looks like, not just for transportation, but other departments as well. And then establish an annual interdepartmental routing timeline committee that's cross-functional across all these different divisions to really address what that looks like, making sure students are identified. What this will do is also specifically address, and it'll help the vendor as well in the fall of the year, identify where students are, where students need to be picked up, and it'll alleviate a number of challenges at the start of the school year. Examine and prepare business case justification for bringing the routing function in-house. I talked about that earlier, just to ensure that there's not a conflict of interest there. Create a committee comprised of leaders from transportation and other special education individuals around the IEP process and other supports around mutual concerns around transportation of students with special needs. Monitor actual daily ridership, and then measure customer satisfaction as part of the process. There's some data that we share in the report that's specifically related to certain aspects of customer satisfaction, but doing that holistically is important for both parents, students, school administrators, teachers, and others. With that, I'd like to ask my colleagues if they would join me at the podium. I'll give them an opportunity to just share anything that I may have missed, and then we'll open up the floor to questions.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, and Madam Superintendent. I'm David Palmer, retired several times from Los Angeles Unified. They've asked me to come back, but hopefully I'll learn once and for all how to retire fully. With that in mind, please be aware that the data that we used for the costs and on-time performance and stuff, that's from 21-22, not 22-23. So it's not the current vendor, it was the previous vendor that data reflects. Typically, our KPIs run a year behind. So right now, data for 23-24, 22-23 is now being entered into the system. So just as a heads up for that. Are there any other questions that the board members or others may have?
Yes, I do. You're saying, I just want to make sure I understand what you just referenced to. The SLPS cost per bus, you saying that data is from 21-22?
Anywhere, yes. Anywhere where we say CGCS, key performance indicators, that data is from 21-22. Other data, and throughout the report, you'll see we make specific reference to where the source of the data was. So some of the data is with the current vendor, and it's noted. So for example, the inspection data, which is that's an example.
That's what I was going to add.
The inspection data is current vendor.
So the 49% is current vendor.
That's current vendor.
And then the photos is current vendor.
Photos is current vendor.
Okay.
So we'll note anywhere in there what the source is and whether or not it's 21-22 data versus 22-23 data.
And can you help me understand, I need some clarity on the IEP part. You're saying that there should be a representative from the bus company at the IEP.
Not the bus company, someone from internal to the district transportation team, not the bus company.
To make sure they're a part of the discussion to ensure that the IEP students are getting the adequate services.
That's correct.
Okay.
And quite often, what you'll note in transportation is there's additional support needs that a student with an IEP will have. Those support needs get transferred to the transportation department to then implement. So in that implementation, in that identification and implementation process, there needs to be clear communication about what does this student need? Are there additional adult supports that are needed on the bus for this student? And so making sure that that happens real time is an important part of the process. So if there's an indication prior to the IEP meeting that a student is going to need specific transportation services, et cetera, it's beneficial to call someone from the transportation team to be in attendance.
Okay. And another question. I'm looking at this percentage, the review extraordinary high percentage, the 49% of them, the bus is not passing the KPI. Do they have a certain amount of time that they have to get that up?
So in order to get the bus into the fleet to be used, they have to then turn around and make repairs, necessary repairs, whatever was identified. The issue there is, there are multiple issues there, but I'll give a couple. One of which is when you talk about preventive maintenance, things like that, when preventative maintenance is going on, the buses actually pass the first time through anyway, because you're identifying here's a need, here's a broken light or a broken mirror, or things like that. So that preventative maintenance needs to happen, which will bring that number down significantly. But there are a number of different issues that might be indicative of. But yes, there's a time frame, not necessarily a time frame. In order for the bus to be used to actually transport students, all those issues that the Highway Patrol identified needs to be addressed.
Okay. Is there any other questions? Because I could go on. Vice President Davis.
I want to ask some questions about routes, and so help me out because I don't know the best way to even answer them because it's always kind of been a mystery to me. But the one thing that you point out about us holding seats for 100% of students, even though 25% never ride the bus and never have. How do you have any recommendations or point to other school districts that do a good job of making those determinations or policies that are set to make the determinations on who's going to ride the bus and then doing the routes around that information rather than just every student?
We can get that information for you. Won't share it here, but we can get that information for you. One of the first steps, which is why we had it as a recommendation, is to actually identify which kids are actually getting on the bus each day. There are districts that have implemented technology to help support that process, so it's not just a bus driver reporting of here's the kids I picked up, but it's actually a technology reporting, here's how many kids were on each day, which kids. Some of those things are also helpful for safety reasons, for students to know who's on the bus each day. So we can point that out and help lift up some of those and provide that feedback to the district.
And I know your report really didn't get into this, but I'm sure that you noticed kind of the way that our system is set up on who is bused and how far they're bused and how they sign up for buses and how they're assigned to buses. Do you have any, first of all, are there any other school districts that are set up like us with this magnet neighborhood school where pretty much everybody gets a bus? Also in something where the neighborhood zones have not really changed other than by closing schools and adding to them, nothing intentionally demographically. And then I guess second, are there any sort of school districts you can point to that have taken sort of those issues that would be similar to us and addressed it in terms of sort of logistically planning out their bus system?
Again, we can share those specifically with you. The answer is yes, lots. So a number of our districts across the country have choice programs, magnet programs, different programs where even for assessments or kind of students are able to test into certain schools and receive transportation. The answer is yes, that occurs across the council member districts, and a number have. I'll let my colleagues respond as well if they want to add anything to that, but the answer is yes, and we can put you in contact with them.
Sure, I can add a little bit to that. Generally, there's a lot of similarities between, but there's also some unique codes in certain states. For example, I don't recall if that's the code in this state, but in a number of states, the school district, if they're providing transportation for their students going to their schools as opposed to charter schools or private schools, parochial schools, if you're transporting your students, the district students, you're also required to transport all the other students that are going to charter schools, parochial schools, private schools. That adds significant complications. It adds multiple different bell schedules. It adds different start dates, different end dates, different challenges. This district here, as I recall, you're only transporting your district students. Therefore, that's one level easier in some ways. Generally speaking, some states do have minimum walk distances or maximum walk distances or walk to school distances. They may be broken out by elementary shall not walk, or if you'll get a bus ride if you're more than a mile, or middle school, maybe 2 miles, high school, 2.5 miles, whatever it might be. Every state may do it different. Some states, California does not have that requirement. Other states do. So one other mention is how do you compensate for routing for what you believe is going to be the number of students that are actually going to be there. One way to do that is during the course of the year, you constantly want to review your ridership. Some states require it once or twice a year for reimbursement. I believe this is maybe one of the states that there is an October ridership number or something like that. But literally what has to happen is you need to be able to monitor your ridership so that you can consolidate out routes. The goal is to be as efficient as you can so you're getting the maximum use out of that one bus. Typically at the end of the year, if you've consolidated and you've worked to become as efficient as you can be, during the end of the year, you'll see it in one of the recommendations, is that's how you should start your next year's planning from the end of the last year if you have worked hard to be efficient during the course of the year. And that efficiency is monitoring ridership, consolidating out routes, eliminating stops for which there are no students, staying within your own guidelines and maximum ride times, earliest pickup times, but there are methodologies that are used. In addition, a number of districts, quite a few across the country, in order to help compensate for bus driver shortages, they've gone to some excellent tiering models. So you're using the same bus multiple times, which is the goal. If you're paying $1,000 a day for that bus or whatever it might be, your operating costs. If you can get multiple uses out of it, your cost per student goes down, therefore your overall costs go down as well. So there's other models that can be used as well. There's no one size fits all though.
So that type of sort of, I guess, continuous monitoring or adjusting or data collection and then adjusting the system and the routes and the pickups based on that information and using that information for next year's planning, would that be something that would be easier to do if we brought the routing in-house and staffed that department appropriately? Would that be an easier methodology, or is that something that could be outsourced? It just needs to be a requirement and part of whatever that contract would be.
The routing could be in or out. It's going to be our recommendation that eventually be brought in for various efficiencies and things such as that. It doesn't matter who does the routing. What's most important is, are you monitoring, or is the district transportation team monitoring the ridership to become as efficient? One of the things that we heard is that the ridership in the bus, from the principals, one of the things that we heard was the ridership is very low. There's only 2 or 3 students on a bus. Well, if it's costing $100,000 a bus, it's costing you $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 just to transport 2 or 3 students in. So the cost for transportation far exceeds the cost of educating, and that's the wrong paradigm. We want to work to flip that.
And just to be clear, so your findings were, we're not doing that adjustment. It's just every kid gets a bus and we stick with that, and that creates that level of inefficiency?
It was my understanding that all eligible students were routed. And it looked to me from the numbers, as I recall, you may be having 50% of those are actually riding, or 60%, or let's say 75%, where there's 25%. And there's 25% more seats that are now available to be used. In addition, in reference to chronic absenteeism or tardiness, there's some school districts now that are actually going to the students' homes and picking up those students to get them into school in these available seats, because there are available seats on all of the buses. So there's some opportunities that can be used to help in other areas, especially in chronic absentee or chronic tardy.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Just one quick point, and then we'll go on to another question, but one quick point on your question. The tracking of students who are actual ridership is separate from the actual routing process. So, routing process. So routing is a separate process. The one thing I will share as well is that it's not quite as simple as how many kids do I need to pick up and then how many routes do I need to establish. There's also other constraints that are involved. Dave quickly mentioned timing. Quite often you might have a route, you'd like to add kids to it, but it would add to the drive time, the amount of time that a certain kid spends on the bus. In that case, you couldn't change the route. So there's complexities and constraints built in that you can't always work around. So those are things that the team will take care of, but things that you need to be aware of.
I'm just curious on which team, like who is that led to be responsible for kind of laying out, creating the routes and making sure the time and what you just said?
So right now your vendor is doing the routing. So your vendor has subcontracted the routing. At least it's our understanding they've subcontracted that. We're recommending that you bring that routing process in-house. But it also would mean that you would have to lift up the staff to do that routing routing process in-house.
Okay.
Right now you don't have the staff
to do it.
Right.
Any other questions?
Actually, one question. This note here about team was unable to verify that cabs and alternative transportation companies had a comprehensive process for training third-party drivers. Can you talk a little bit about other districts that you've worked with and evaluated in terms of their use of these other transportation providers? I mean, it would seem to me that if we had the routes set and our processes for the buses were more efficient, we wouldn't have to rely on and utilize these other alternative methods. So could you just provide a little context around that? How can we get to a place, or maybe what are some examples that you've seen where maybe districts are utilizing alternative transportation methods, but not to the extent that I feel like we are, and I feel like there's inefficiencies around having to rely on those alternative methods, if that makes sense.
I'll let you address as well, but just two things. I think the first of which is as you get more efficient, you will have less of a need for that. particularly as it relates to picking up some students, but you may have door-to-door service that it's just more efficient to provide that door-to-door service through that outside service provider than it is through the district itself. But as you get more efficient, you should see a decline in that. There's still going to be a necessity to make sure that those staff are trained and those staff are supported in picking up the students that they're working with. Did you want to add something?
No, I think.
Any other questions?
I would like to clarify one thing. The comment about the training that we observed, there's different models of training. Our expert team felt that there maybe was an over-reliance on using video as opposed to behind the wheel actually driving. There are recommendations to do that, and they may work hand in hand, but the sense the team walked away with is that there was a greater reliance on video training, classroom training on how to drive as opposed to literally practicing driving. Some states require X number of classroom hours and X number of driving behind the wheel hours. I'm not sure what this state does, but there was a sense that we're not doing. The report did not mean to imply that they are not training, but the observation was maybe there was an overdependent upon one type of training versus behind the wheel training.
And the last thing before we step away, I just want to thank the team that came again. Thank you all. And also, again, want to reiterate where I started and just thank the staff. The staff were extremely supportive of the process, and this request for us to come in and really help you become best in class is something that should be commended. And so I want to thank the staff for that request and also thank them for the work that they put in lifting up and addressing some of the recommendations already and what they'll do in terms of addressing the recommendations moving forward. So thank you all very much for your time.
Thank you. Chief Watson.
Definitely would like to thank the council for the recommendations and findings from the transportation review. So now we'll get ready for part 2 and 3, just to give an opportunity for Missouri Central to give an update around transportation, followed by myself and Ms. Akinola just to conclude the presentation.
Good evening. My name is Scott Allen. I'm the Regional Operations Manager. With me, I have Mary Dotson. Mary is our District Manager here in St. Louis. Mary's got almost as many years behind school transportation as I do. You are at 32. I'm at 39. So she has been in St. Louis for the last several years and has taken over the helm of District Manager for the St. Louis operations, St. Louis Public Schools. So I'd like to start with some breaking news that was just announced yesterday. So I don't have all of the details and still much work to be done. But really excited about, we were on the national call yesterday with the EPA. As you may know, the EPA offered up a $1 billion grant opportunity for conversion to alternative fuels, whether it be electric buses, propane buses, things like that. So without any further ado, St. Louis Public Schools was chosen for a 30-bus conversion of electric buses coming to us. So don't have the details yet. It was just announced yesterday. Still a lot of work to be done, a lot of work to be doing inside the infrastructure, getting the facility ready, charging stations. There's a certain amount of community education, student education, drivers, and internal staff. So as I understand it from the EPA, this is about a 12 to 18-month process. So we'll be reporting out periodically as information goes. So exciting news for St. Louis and St. Louis Public Schools. So wanted to share that. That was kind of last-minute add to the PowerPoint. wanted to just kind of start with, and while I'd love to sit here and talk about each one of the points, I picked some of the, probably the ones that you've asked questions about, so I think I've picked the right points, but wanted to kind of recap kind of where we're at. We've come a long way. I think I said, if I remember right, the last time I stood in front of your group was the night that Dr. Scarlett was sworn into office, so it was pretty exciting and followed up by transportation. A lot has happened, a lot has changed as we've gotten progressed in our operations, as things have settled down. I think I even said, one board member asked me, what's different? Well, it's year 2, things have start to settle down, driver supply starts to come to us. Are we where we need to be? No, but we're certainly a lot closer than where we were last school year and at the start of last school year. If you recall, at the start of last school year, we started the year at 152 routes, and then by the Christmas break, we were at about 215 routes, and then we finished the year, I think, at about 224 routes. We started the year at 231. We decided the system was pretty tight and pretty pressure packed. So we, working with the transportation department, the St. Louis Public Transportation Department, why we gradually scaled back to 217 routes, and then 14 routes were given to alternative transportation providers. Excuse me. But I think it's important to note that back in May, we set, and it was before the report came to us, we actually met with the leadership of the district, president, vice president of the board, leadership of the district. It was prior to Dr. Scarlett coming on board, and we kind of talked about the challenges of last year. We didn't run for them. We owned them. I wouldn't say we embraced them, but we owned them, and talked about some of those challenges and some of the things that we wanted to do to get improve and improve, provide the service that you folks want, that the families and the community deserves, and so we talked about that in May. Followed up, I believe, in October, once Dr. Scarlett came to town and settled in. Why our CEO came back and visited with Dr. Scarlett and leaders of the administration. So I think we were ahead of, or got in front of, tried to, before we saw the report. So we understood where some of the challenges were. One of it all really stems around recruiting and drivers. I think I've said this many times. This will be when you have plenty of drivers, things go very well. Routes are run on time, things are quieter, phones don't ring near as much, and so the key is, did I get ahead of myself here? Something's happening. Sorry. You can run routes on time. You can focus on the operations at hand. So we spent a lot of time over the last several months, last year and a half, in recruiting. Are we where we need to be? We're not quite there. We have 241 drivers today, performing 217 routes. So the numbers are there. But we're chasing attendance and then just attrition, if you will. Just today, I went on Google and I follow kind of the recruiting efforts. I know Mr. Hart talked about the national problem, and just today I done a driver shortage, and there were 10 stories in the last 4 days from across the country. So this isn't, as Mr. Hart said, not something unique to St. Louis, but it's certainly a challenge. But I think some of the things that we've done, related to this was we've increased wages. We're now at $26 an hour this year. We increased our maintenance wages 35%, so we're about $34 an hour. I'll talk about that here shortly. We've spent well excess of $120,000 over the last 6-12 months on recruiting and things like that. I did want to share this with us, since I haven't been in front of you since our your August back to school event, but it's something, it's year 2 for us there. It's exciting. We had, I just want to share a few of the pictures with it. We had well over 150, 200 kids come through, sit in the driver's seat, explore the bus. We have our 2 fuzzy friends there to help excite the kids. So it's a great day. We enjoy it. We appreciate the opportunity to do that in August. I just had to share that because I hadn't had the opportunity to be in front of you since then, since we had that. The other thing, as I talked about, the key here, we have the driver count at 241. It's getting everybody to come to work and then stay with us, right? And so wanted to share in this slide a little bit about our attendance. We're averaging about 9.5% a day in attendance, absenteeism. We maintain a bench of 11%. So the numbers on the average day, we're feeling pretty good, and things happen on time. The buses run on time. But when we have those spikes, and those spikes happen on, typically Monday and Thursday and Friday, and you'll see in the 2 columns there, the spikes. Those are the extreme absentee rates on those days. So we're averaging 9.5, but on bad days, that is that. So bad days, how many is that? Is that, once every 3 or 4 weeks, once a month? Well, if you'll see over in the green, we had 56 shifts. I call shifts an AM shift and a PM routes. 56 of those shifts of the 70, and we had 76 days. Those 56 of those shifts were in excess of 10%. In total, there were 152 shifts between the AM and the PM. 152 shifts in the opening of school from August 21 through December 19. And about 36% of that was in excess of 10%. So that's where we're focusing on and trying to think of ways to think out of the box to bring our daily, those spikes down a little bit. The next slide talks about the maintenance. I know that was a concern of ours. I think I said in May, it was not something we were pleased with. There was a number of reasons. I do want to say this, though, and I appreciate Mr. Hart and them. The buses were repaired immediately because they couldn't go out on routes that afternoon. So it was typically small stuff. Light went out, lens went out, the seat bottom was loose, so we were able to repair those immediately and put those vehicles back in shape. Were we proud of that? No. Do we have room for improvement? Absolutely. And I think we talked about, and I think Mr. Hartnett mentioned about the shortage of mechanics. We are certainly well beyond where we used to be at the start of the year. We are down to, I think, just 3 open mechanic spots in our city. So that's between the St. Louis Public Operations and the VIC operations in town. And I think that's attributed to the wages that we increased. We increased some benefits. We also added a $3 incentive if they want to become ASE certified. So there's opportunities there for mechanics to earn more and more money. And so I think we're seeing the benefits of that. I too have pictures. And it's I guess what you might want to say, the after. There was the before and the after. So this is our shops today. We have 2 locations on Spring. over by SLU Hospital, and the other one is on Hall Street, the north hospital, the north side. And those are two shops. The pictures to the left is our operations on Spring. The pictures to our right, you can see the parts room. You remember you can see the parts room at North, which is where some of those pictures are. So there's a before and after, and so I think you can see we've made great progress there. Where are we going? Switch on here. So a number of things. One is on technology. A couple things are happening. We are the technology GPS firm is in our facilities upgrading their GPS. They started it. There was a little bit of a glitch within their organization, so they paused for a while, but they're back. They're installing upgrades to the GPS system, and then with that are tablets. So the vehicles will have tablets installed with them when it's all said and done. We anticipate, barring there's no other challenge that they have, we anticipate all that to be done by the 20th of February. The second thing is, I think, is probably, for me, the most exciting part, is we're finally getting to the point of Bus Bulletin rolling out. Bus Bulletin kind of fills the gap of the communication between transportation and parents. It is a texting app. You know, we've had, and we talked about the parent app where they can see their bus and follow it, and we're up to 4,900 registered parents versus the 27 last year. But in addition to that, Bus Bulletin is a texting software program that's designed, and it was designed strictly for school buses. So there's about, I think, 40 or 50 school districts around the country that use it. I've seen the demo. I was in the first session here last week. Very easy to use, very easy to communicate. I think we are having another session later this week, and then I talk about the 19th rolling it out, but it may very well come earlier. We're down to, I think, hopefully our last session with them by the end of the week. And when that happens, we'll be able to have immediate communication to a parent if a bus is late, accident, something of that nature. Long term, we're looking at a dispatch operation system. We're looking at software. And this isn't so much a benefit. This is really for the operation dispatch side, where we can track drivers as they come and go. Operationally, I think in mentioning some of the request and the recommendation from the Council of Greater City Schools report, couple things are going on. February 1st is our goal to take back those routes. We have our driver count is up to 241. We've got a good number in training, so we're feeling that we're going to get close. Plus, you know, being an advantage, there is an advantage of a national company. You can sometimes draw from other folks, and so not everybody is as tight. So some locations have a few extra drivers, and we're able to tap into those. We're running shuttles that started to help Nahid Chapman. Those shuttles started right after the holiday and are going smoothly. Customer service training is ongoing. We had some sessions this summer with our staff. And then the other thing that we're doing and looking at is studying the feasibility. I mentioned earlier, well, it's a nice problem to have. We are now to the point that we only have 4 open routes. And what I mean by open routes is there's not a permanent driver assigned to them. That's, you know, for a district this size, that's pretty phenomenal and something we're excited about. But what problems, and it's a nice problem to have, as drivers get out of training, there's no slots to go for them. I've got 4 to fill, but I've got 22 in behind the wheel. So there'll come a point when my drivers are getting out of training, no place to go, and so they fall into the standby position. Great, it gives me extra drivers, but I've got a brand new driver that may not be comfortable in the city, may not be familiar with the city. Their first time out is in the standby spot. So we're working with and looking at the feasibility. How do I get drivers, seasoned drivers, to move from the driving ranks and want to be a standby? Because typically what happens is they get that route, they know their kids, they don't want to change. That's what they want. So we have to figure out some way to motivate that group and get them out of that route and get them to be a senior standby. So we're working on that so that then opens up positions for the new folks. They can then fill in on those routes as they open up. Last, communication. Several things are happening, and I'm sure that Mr. Watson and them will talk. We meet every morning at 10 a.m. Our leadership team and the St. Louis Public Schools leadership team meets every morning at 10 o'clock. We meet monthly where we present the KPIs for the month to the St. Louis leadership team. And then ourselves, internally, we have a weekly Tuesday morning leadership meeting within our organization. We changed up the call center this year. By the way, we processed by the end of school break of December 19th, 34,000 calls. And then last is the electric vehicle award, and that's what I have. So, open up to questions.
Any questions?
I first want to congratulate Missouri Central, Mr. Watson, Ms. Akinola, Ms. Kane on the electric bus grant. I wish Ms. Jones was here in person because I would like to see her face, but good job. That's cool. I do want to acknowledge, certainly, I think, at least from the perspective of the emails that I receive or don't receive, and probably all the rest of the boards, that this year has gone way better than last year's, and also that conversation that we had back in 2023. A lot of the things in the Council of Great City Schools reports, I think we touched on it, that it wasn't a surprise. I guess my question is, in terms of some of the solutions offered, I'll start with routing, because that's the one, again, that I'm kind of just curious about.
Sure.
And I think we talked about that in 2023 about routing for kids that don't ride the bus. And I guess my question to you, Mr. Allen, and then also Ms. Akinola and Mr. Watson, is, first of all, would that be helpful to the Missouri Central operations? And then my follow-up question to the SLPS staff, is that something that we are looking at trying to implement, and what will it take to do that?
Yeah. So I can answer that in a couple ways. First off, I understand what was presented, and certainly it's not uncommon. We work with districts that do both, either where we provide the routing or where they provide the routing. Just across town with the VIC program, the DSEG program, they do the routing. We run the buses, they do the routing. So just across town that occurs. There's a little motivation to keep it efficient, and it has to do with the driver shortage. That in itself forces us and forces the operation to keep it as efficient as we can, because there's not enough drivers to cover the route. So that is one. We certainly, as an organization, like I said, we work with both. If that's something that the district would want to explore, we certainly would welcome that and adjust. That's obviously a cost today for us. We do hire it done, so it's the beauty about that is it's a national company. In fact, they provide routing services for some of the districts that I believe are members of the Council of Greater City Schools. So it's a national routing company. They have a team here in town. And so what's nice about that is when they get behind or they get stressed, they can pull their resources together and either come to town or support it remotely. So we knew going into this. In fact, we have hired them at a couple of our locations. They work with contractors and school districts around the country. We knew that that districts of this size need that expertise and need folks that know how to operate the software. And quite honestly, there was enough on our plates to not have to worry about that. So that's why we turned to School Bus Logistics, SBL, and work them in. But again, if that is an avenue that the district wishes to explore, we'll support that. We'll adjust our rates, and down we go.
Well, and I guess my other part of the question is, in terms of what they presented, the need to sort of continually monitor and adjust for students that aren't riding the buses.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Tony Akinola, the Director of Transportation. I need to respond to that. We are already doing that. We consistently monitor the ridership. What they're talking about, there's no way that you can monitor. We monitor by asking the drivers to let us know what go stops or how many students. We do that on a monthly basis. We have to take 2 days of the month. The state says this are required in St. Louis, as a district, in Missouri, just 2 months. That's February and October. However, we do on a monthly basis. We cannot rely solely on individuals, the drivers, because sometimes they forget, because they're supposed to count when the number of students on the buses, but they don't. So the only way that I know that we can sustain that is technology. The technology has its issues. I'm part of the council, and we have meetings, and I've heard all the principals, other directors that are utilizing this software, that they're not that dependable or sometimes not sustainable. That some of them are only using it for certain part of their monitoring. So what we're looking into now is, we did in the beginning of the school year, we did the opt-in, opt-out survey. I would tell you honestly, it was a disaster. It was a disaster in the sense that half of the data that we captured that reported no transportation, and we did not, and we followed that, and we did not transport. When school started, we were inundated with calls because those parents, for whatever reason, maybe what we sent out wasn't that clear, they marked no, but they actually requested transportation. So we're going to do it differently this year. In fact, we've already made plans to send out a survey to open it up next month, February, and then we will keep opening. We'll keep it till June. We will try that, but I still think we need technology. One way or the other, for actual monitoring, we need the technology.
And I think what I read, that was part of the recommendation.
Yes.
The technology was
Yes.
assumed.
Yeah, absolutely. And technology is evolving. Transportation is probably behind several years, school transportation, in terms of technology, but it is catching up. And there are some of the GPS softwares, the ones that we have or use, now have that technology. The challenge becomes is there's a couple of ways to track student ridership. It's either a card, your regular student ID card. When you get on the bus, you swipe it, or there's the RFID chip that they have to have on their book bag or in their person, so when they board the bus, it registers it. So those are the two ways to track student ridership. And then the student list has to be accurate, because the lists are then assigned to the bus. So when Scott gets on the bus, it will read my RFID tag and then check it against Scott Allen's name on the roster. So, yeah.
I just had one more quick question. I could go on forever, and I won't. In terms of the app, I'm glad that the app usage is up.
Yep.
But one of the things cited was something that I think we hear a lot, is that the app can be inaccurate. And
Yep.
after it's inaccurate for a while, I think parents give up on it because they don't want to trust it. because they've had too many false starts. Is that being improved? Is that part of these GPS upgrades?
That is part of the GPS upgrades, and that was part of the problem. Not all of it. There is some ownership on the operation. There's basically two issues. One is the app reliability, or the GPS, not the app. The app is reliable, but it's only as reliable as the data that it's pulling from. So the GPS upgrade should fix that tremendously. The second is the operations in our locations. We have to be diligent at making switches. So when a bus is when Route 1's bus is out of service, being serviced or what have you, there's not an automatic way to go, oh, bus 1 is now bus 30. So you have to manually go into the system and say, being simple here, bus 1 is now bus 30. Once that occurs, then as a parent, it's behind the scenes for them. They see their route moving. So we have to make sure that we're doing our end so that when that bus is out of service or we swap a bus out, that gets done.
Yeah, and that's been my personal experience is you'll see no bus and so you don't know what to do, and then the bus arrives.
And more times than not, a lot of times when you look at it and you go, wait a minute, the bus is still on the lot.
Yeah.
Chances are that bus should have been swapped out. When you lose it and it's nowhere to be found, that's probably the technical breakdown that hopefully gets fixed by the end of the month.
But I mean, I think that is part of the frustration with on the user end. So many times you're like, well, I'm just not even going to bother with this.
Yeah, no, there's no doubt. And if you survey districts, probably 50% is a good attendance or a good enrollment number. We're not quite there yet. So, no, you're right.
Board Member Hubbard.
A brief one. I'm trying to wrap my mind around the routes and the drivers. Does every driver only drive one route? So, there's the 3 tiers in the morning and the 3 tiers in the afternoon. Do bus drivers drive all of them or only one of them?
No, they'll drive us. So now they may not be the same sets of schools, morning and afternoon, just because of the way the route is structured or bell times or any number of reasons. But yes, the route is the same all day. So when a driver bids a route, that's my route all day. Doesn't mean that they're going to come to work all day. They may take the afternoon off or take the 3rd tier off, which is the last tier of the day because of a doctor's appointment or something like that. But yes, they'll drive morning out, they'll drive their morning route, and they'll drive their afternoon route. That's assigned to them that they've bid on, that's theirs every day. Yeah, it's kind of everybody uses different terminology, but we use runs and routes. So run is a tier, a single school. So you got the high school, middle school, and elementary. So a run would be one of those. The second run would be the second one. The third one would be the third one. But together, packaged together, is a route. That's how we identify it.
Any other questions? Chief Watson.
Thank you.
So we've heard a lot about transportation. So just to kind of put a summary around what we've heard so far, a lot of what's on the screen and what has already been discussed, in which what we've done for the first semester. So of course, the ultimate goal is to ensure that all of our scholars have reliable transportation to school, and we've been really intentional about establishing focus groups such as the Parent Action Council meetings, and collecting data from surveys. These focus groups allow for us to listen to the concerns from parents, guardians, principals, and stakeholders regarding transportation. And through our surveys, this allows for us to have additional information in order to better serve our students and our families. One of the key findings that you heard from the Council of Greater City Schools suggested was improving performance. So as we stated earlier, or as you heard earlier, led by Ms. Akinola and her team, we've created clear expectations with Missouri Central. We look at some of those performance metrics that were just discussed earlier, such as on-time performance, staffing, and ensuring that routes are covered. We also heard that we meet daily with Missouri Central, and again, these are issues from that morning commute and/or from the evening commute, or any information that may have been received from Dr. Scarlett and/or from the board. And once that information is brought to us, we immediately address it, and we try to make sure that we have that in-person contact with that particular customer or those parents or families. And once a month, as you just heard, we have those monthly joint reviews, our MJRs, and that allows us for us to really kind of focus on some of those pertinent information and data points that we share not only with internally, but with Dr. Scarlett. So what are the next steps? And again, you heard a lot of what was discussed and from Missouri Central in regards to where we are now and our look ahead. So for this second half, we make use of our alternative transportation, and this allows us the opportunity to cover any routes that Missouri Central can't cover. So in pursuit of this changing narrative around transportation issues that have really been consistent over the past few years, one of the in addition to the recommendation from the Council of Greater City Schools, we're in the process of creating a transportation task force. We are requesting from the board tonight to approve a contract to engage a nationally recognized transportation consultant to provide both short and long-term strategies to improve the district transportation system and optimize services. This task force will provide guidance on developing RFP with language that is consistent with industry best practices. It also provides deeper analysis on walk-to-stop distances, bail times, and potentially bring in routing in-house, as you just heard from one of the recommendations from the council, with some cost analysis. In addition to contract review and administration, and leveraging those alternative modes of transportation to ensure that we provide reliable means of getting our students to schools. And last but not least, most importantly, data collection through surveys. This allowed for us to get feedback, in particular from our scholars, our parents and guardians, and our stakeholders in other departments such as the special ed department, students in transition, safety and security, and others. We're also exploring technology. I think Ms. Akinola hit it in the head when she mentioned about improving the technology, and of course, continue our meetings with the Parent Action Committee, and last but not least, preparing in anticipation for our summer routes and our summer planning to ensure that, again, all of our scholars receive accurate and reliable transportation. So this concludes our presentation. I know it was lengthy in terms of getting the recommendations and the findings from the council, getting the opportunity for Missouri Central to respond, and last but not least, just summarizing where we are in terms of transportation and how we move forward. So with that, we'll open up for any final questions or comments.
Any questions for Chief Watson?
Is one of the departments that y'all talk to the English as a second language department? Because I've heard with my friends who work with refugee kids that some of them have just stopped trying to go to school because the buses never come.
Could you repeat that, ma'am?
Do y'all work with is it ELL or ESOL?
ELL.
ELL, with that department to make sure that the students who are, don't speak English well, are getting their buses. I mean, I know it hasn't been happening because my friend who works with some of those kids have said that they've basically given up on school because they never know if the bus is going to come or not. So is that?
Yes, ma'am, we do.
Okay, because I'm seeing that it's not happening, and hopefully the change to Stevens will make it more reliable.
That might be an isolated case, what you just said. So I will want to know if there are any issues, because I did not get that feedback from Dr. Ala or her department. We work daily with them, especially with Dr. Diane at Napa. Yes. So I'm not sure if that's an isolated case, but yes, we do. Okay. When there's any issues, we get in touch with the department. I have a list of contacts there. And if we have issues with translation or we have communication to the parents, we do work directly with the department.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions?
Yeah, just real quick. And first of all, Ms. Akinola, I just have to commend you as always. I mean, when serious issues are escalated to myself and I think other board members, you're on top of it, and I know that you care and you show the caring. And we hear back saying, "Oh my gosh, I didn't think anybody was going to listen to us." You have a huge job, and I'm just amazed you're still here, honestly. And thank you. I'm glad you are. And I just want to say that part of all this exercise is we want to help you to make this easier for you and make it easier for our family. And I know each and every one of us means that sincerely. That's why we asked for the Council of Great City Schools review to sort of put it on paper. We have a roadmap, and I think that's why we'll be approving that extra services tonight for the logistics company to sort of take it to the next level. So I hope you know that and feel that from us.
Yes, I do. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. Watson, real quick, and I'll try not to make this a leading question. The idea that they put forth through the report about a contract compliance person, what are your feelings about that, not only for the bus contract, but all the contracts, because you generally have all the big ones?
100% support and agree that that is the next best move that we can make internally to not only help with our procurement process, but just as a whole for contract review and administration. And that's following, monitoring, and making sure that we're in compliance and that our vendors are in compliance with the contract. So that's something definitely we'll look into, and I think we actually are kind of exploring that through our procurement team and working with Wright & Associates.
Great. My other question, and I've promised my constituents that I would ask you this question. What is the status of Healthy Start Times, and I guess would this logistics company, would this be kind of on the table to look at?
Yes, so this will provide some overlap in regards to the Healthy Start Time. So the Bell study would definitely address some of the concerns and requests that we've had and heard regarding Healthy Start Time. So it'll be a full analysis regarding bell times, and we'll make sure that we appropriately address our tiers so that we can be able to really kind of support the healthy initiative for our scholars.
So some progress and some hope on that issue. As
Absolutely.
I drove the carpool this morning, I fully support it. It's rough. It's teenage zombies walking into those schools, especially when it's dark and snowing. And I finally do just really want to commend you and congratulate you on the electric buses. I know it's going to be a pain for you. It's going to be a lot more work. But I have a saying, I don't know if everyone's adopted, but if Secretary Jones is happy, we're all happy. So good job.
Absolutely. Thank you all. Thank you.
Dr. Scarlett?
Thank you so much, Mr. Watson, and thank you, our guests from Council of Great City Schools and Missouri Central. Next, we'll have Chief Cheryl Vanoy, our Chief of Accountability and Information, to come up and give the APR update.
Thank you, Dr. Scarlett, President Cousins, Vice President Matt Davis, and other board members. Tonight, I will share the information from our most recent annual performance report from the Department of Elementary and Secondary Ed, and we like to call it the APR. So I want to really start off with some exciting highlights. And those highlights are what's on the screen right now. Students receive a score on the MAP and or EOC, and depending on their score, there's a weighted value that increases as the score goes higher. That weighted value is called a MAP Performance Index, or MPI. When we compared the ELA scores from last year's third grade students to this year's fourth grade students, so that would be the cohort of the same students, we saw an increase of 22 MPI points. When we do a considerable calculation in math between fourth and fifth grade, again the same cohort, we saw their MPI go up by 20 points. And probably the most exciting one is the 8th grade students in math, and when they are in 9th grade with algebra, their MPI went up by 77 points. So those are all significant increases in just 1 year. Another area that I want to bring our attention to is the area of graduate follow-up. This is a calculation from our 2023 June graduates. And what are they doing 180 days after they graduated? DESE looks for positive placement, and that is a consideration. Are they enrolled in a 2-year or a 4-year college? Have they enrolled in the military? Are they in a service organization like the Peace Corps? Or are they gainfully employed in a pathway in which they graduated with? So this metric shows that we received 100% of the graduate follow-up points. Continuing in the college and career readiness realm, we're also receiving at least 50% of the points in college placement assessments and dual enroll, dual credit. And graduation rate represents 50% of the 20 points also in this category. To finalize the screen, we also showed significant progress in our student group. And a student group is breaking students out of all students into specific ethnicities, IEP, ELL status, or free and reduced lunch. And the most exciting part of this is that we receive significant points in growth calculations. So this is a print screen of the actual annual performance report that DESE provides. It's broken into 2 sections. One is about performance and the other is about continuous improvement. So as displayed on the screen, you can see that the district received points in 4 content areas: ELA math, science, and social studies. And it scored twice in each of those content areas. All students who took the assessment in the spring, and also those student groups that I previously talked about. Depending on the MPI calculations, those results are aligned to 4 tracks, and those tracks are on the bottom of the screen. So we have floor, approaching, on track, and target. Therefore, you can see that we received either 6 or 3 points in those areas where you see approaching. And that's in ELA, in all students and student groups. And it's also the same information for our science and social studies. That MAP performance index that I talked about needs to be at least 300 in order to earn any points. Otherwise, you have the red floor issue that's noted at the bottom. However, in all students in math, we were only 3.8 points away from having approaching, and we would have received 6 more points. That's why it says floor on the screen. However, in the student group category in math, we did receive 6 points, which was 50%. Now let's talk about the excitement with growth. You know, we've talked previously in multiple board meetings about STAR and how I may not be reading on grade level, but I do grow. I do have a student growth percentile. Well, that's relative to the growth model that DESE uses. But the caveat is that I have to have a score from last year to compare to a score this year. If I'm in 4th grade this year, and you have a score from me last year, then I can be considered in that growth calculation. The growth information also involves all students and then a separate calculation for those student groups. For the growth categories, rather than being 4 categories at the bottom, there's 3: below average, average, and above average. And look at the above average that we have in both ELA and math, in all students' growth and in student growth of student groups. We have below average in science in both areas, and then we have average in social studies. And these are the additional metrics that I talked about on the highlight, but I want to just recap them real quickly. You can see the 50% of the points in the CCR assessments, 50% in advanced credit, 50% in our graduation rate, which all considered approaching. And then the most excitement is the 100 points with the graduate follow-up, and you can see that at the bottom it correlates to that pretty green, which is target. So the other side for additional points, so we talked about the performance, and now we have continuous improvement. And you can see on the screen that the We received all 30 points in the transformation plan that we submitted last year. That's good for 3 years, so we won't have to submit it again. So as Dr. Scarlett is working on our next strategic plan, we'll be able to submit it with the changes. The climate and culture survey, the Success Ready students, what deals with kindergarten readiness, with the individualized career academic plan, or ICAP, we received 100% of each of those 4 points. For the second year in a row, we have not received the attendance points. Those are worth 4, and we've received 0. And then rolling out the rest of the screen, you can see other required documentation that districts are required to submit, aligned to MSIP 6, the audit, the annual secretary of the board report, and the timely submission of core data all received all of those points with 100%. So in summary, I wanted to show you the final calculations. There are 140 points available in the performance area, and the district earned 73.4 of those points at 52.4%. Continuous improvement was 52 points possible. We received 48 of the points at 92.3. The only one we missed was attendance in that screen. For a total of 192 points possible, we earned 121.4, which calculates to 63.2. So in closing comments, I want to reiterate the student growth reflects a student's advancement over a previous school year, irrespective of where they started from. We rank among the highest in the state in fostering individual growth of our kids. And advancement is a solid foundation that we plan to build on. On the right-hand side, you can see the launch of the citywide literacy initiative that Dr. Scarlett talked about at the beginning, and then Dr. Borshade will add more to that in our reading update. And these concentrated efforts in these areas are expected to enhance those student outcomes that the board worked on back in the fall. And you can see the goals on the left-hand side: third grade reading, third grade math, CCR, and culture and climate. And on the right-hand side, you can also see the reflection of our SLPS strategic values. So at this point, I'll be glad to answer any questions or provide clarifying information. Thank you.
Any question for Chief Enoy?
Can you explain MPI to me like I'm a fifth grader?
Explain what?
MPI.
Sure. So there are 4 achievement levels that a student gets when they receive their MAP scores back. It's below basic, basic, proficient, or advanced. In the individual achievement levels, there's a range of scores. For instance, in ELA, the below basic range is a 170-point difference. It's huge. Whereas when we look at proficient, it's a 52-point range, so it's much more narrow. What DESE realized with feedback from people that work in districts, specifically with MSIP 6, is that we need to give credit to school districts who grow children even in the below basic range. Even if they don't go up to basic, we need to give more value for that movement. So they've changed the way the MPI is calculated, and as you progress, even in the same achievement level, your score goes up from an MPI standpoint. Did I explain it as a fifth grader? Are you okay? Okay. Okay, good. It's very confusing, it really is. It's a game of numbers. Yeah.
Chief Enoy?
Yes, ma'am.
What is CCR assessments?
College and career readiness.
College and career
So ACT, SAT, ASVAB, AccuPlacer, Compass, Work Keys. Did I get them all, Josh? Yeah. And so depending on how I score on those, I give the district more value. So if I take ACT and ASVAB and my score is higher on ACT, then you get credit for my higher score. We typically want all students at St. Louis Public to take at least 2 of those CCR assessments.
sorry, I'm going to ask clarifying questions.
Sure.
Sorry. Hopefully I'm not out of order.
Sure.
I'm just, so the CCR assessments, is it taking them or actually a score that is the criteria? Does it mean that, I'm trying to say, like all eligible students that actually, or do we need to increase the number of eligible students that actually do take the assessments, just period? Like there
No.
are a bunch of students who are not taking any of the assessments?
In MSIP 4,
Uh-huh.
it was about, do your students take ACT?
Okay.
In MSIP 5 and then MSIP 6, which we're under now, it was more about, okay, they're taking it, and how are they scoring?
Scoring, okay, so score is a factor. That's what I was trying to understand.
Correct. And if I take an ACT score as a junior and I make a 31, then I'm going to be worth more in that calculation than a student that made 16.
Oh, that language. Oh my
I know,
God. That's
I know.
rough.
It's all in the metrics.
Yeah.
And if I take that as a junior, then they bank the score until I graduate.
Oh, I need us to never say worth more, so
Okay.
we got to figure that out.
Understood.
Can you explain advanced credit? What is advanced credit?
What page are you on?
Oh, it's under the additional performance metrics. What is the advanced credit? What qualifies as advanced credit?
So advanced credit is dual enrolled, dual credit, IB, AP.
So it is the enrollment in advanced credit, or is it actual how you scored?
It's the performance.
Your performance. That's what I'm trying to understand.
It used to
Okay.
be participation.
Okay. Thank you.
And the advanced credit with AP is, did I score a 4 or higher, or did I get a B in the course? So it's either or.
Any other questions for Chief Inoue?
I just have one. In terms of attendance, have we changed anything from last year last school year where we got 0 points to this year? And I guess specifically in terms of how we track either schools or grades or students that are having attendance issues and how then the interventions follow?
So the tracking hasn't changed much, other than we're now providing the perfect attendance reports to the schools for first quarter, for second quarter, and then for first semester, so that they can do some really good recognition of the students that have that. For first quarter, we had 2,200 kids that had perfect attendance. For second quarter, it was 1,700. And then for first semester, both quarters together, it was 776. So we had never done that as a district before, to recognize those that are coming 100% of the time in which they're enrolled. We still provide the weekly attendance reports that shows where individual students fall in their individual percentages. But I do want to share that Dr. Borsche and I and Dr. Crapo, we've been sitting through some principal presentations the last couple days. And a couple of them have said that they really need a robust incentive to encourage students to come to school, to do this, to do that. So we're going to start that robust conversation with finance to make sure that we can get the funding that the principals have asked for. We're also having discussions with Local 420 about changing the role of the family community specialists, because we want to make them really working for us in some major focus areas like attendance. We're also focusing on community schools, because we know community schools help the whole child, and so we could certainly look at attendance in that way. And then the last one is we're having conversation with HR and finance about adding some staff directly related to our attendance needs.
And my question, I think, is even more just towards the data and how we provide it to the schools and
Sure.
how we use it, and if there's any policies or procedures that need to be changed that then trigger certain interventions, and then do we have a follow-up on whether or not that's happening? Because my understanding last year is that was kind of sort of lagging, so nothing in that has really changed in terms of, and not the perfect attendance. I'm thinking the ones that are getting us 0 points.
Sure. So we are still continuing to track the same way. We still provide the same information. And when Principal Morocco comes up, I'd like for her to share some of the attendance strategies that she's specifically using at her school that I know that others are certainly doing. Oh, they did. Yeah, Dr. Borsche just reminded me that they really want to have a steroid involved attendance team and not just have 3 or 4 people in the school be involved in adopting students and their attendance, but expanding that across the entire school. So adding more to those attendance teams.
Yeah, that's good to know, and I'm confident, you know, that Dr. Borsche and Dr. Scarlett will address that. I'm just concerned, you know, if we get 0 points one year, 0 points the next year, we haven't changed anything, it's a pretty good predictor of what we're going to get next year.
So I will say that as of 21-22 and 22-23, we went up by over 4.8%. From 22 to 23 through Christmas of 23-24, we've gone up by 5.2%. So we're double digits over the 2 years. However, we're not close to the 85%, which is what we need to get points. Now, in the previous MSIP 5, we were able to get points for progress. So if we went up by 1%, 2%, or 3%, we could get 75% of the points. With MSIP 6, DESE took progress out of there, and it's strictly status.
And I guess, I mean, the points are one thing. It's not that many points. I think it's the indication of the fact. You know, you look at individual schools, they did go up from last year, but there's some that are up around 20%. And we have so many schools that are under 50%. And so I don't know how you get the results on all the rest of the tests if the kids aren't in school.
It's very important for kids to come to school in order to achieve. I completely agree with you. Yes, sir.
Any other questions for Chief Inouye?
I'll just ask quickly, going on from here, what's the plan for continuing to evaluate these numbers, this data, so that we have an even more comprehensive idea of what we need to do?
So this data right now is static. It's not going to change. It's not going to change until we have our MAP and EOC in the spring, and we get that back typically in the fall. But what we are doing, and if you remember when we talked with you back in probably October, we talked about those item benchmark descriptors that shows how we achieved on standards. We're still using that data and aligning that to the standards mastery report that we have with STAR so that we can provide information on what we need to possibly reteach, what we possibly need to break down even more rather than a large standard, but unpack it and see exactly what the students need to be able to do on the assessment. So those are the kind of things that we can use, even though this is static and we can't do anything about it now. The reports that we have at our fingertips, and all the schools have their data, then they can use that as we proceed further into the school year.
Thank you, Chief Inouye.
Thank you.
Dr. Scarlett.
And lastly, but not least, we have a reading update. And let's see who will start. Dr. Claire Crapo? Or was it start? Oh, Dr. Borsche, excuse me. Okay. Should be fast.
All righty. And for the home stretch. Good evening once again. The academic team is excited to share a reading update. Is excited to share a reading update on the collaboration that has occurred on building leadership capacity and student outcomes. When we talk about building leadership capacity, the focus is on moving from managing status quo to principals serving as instructional leaders. Serving as instructional leaders requires that building principals know how to know each student by name, strength, and need. That comes with understanding data associated to our students and has led to a very collaborative effort with the assessment department. Tonight, you will hear about the work of the academic excellence team, and its alignment with our board goals and our SLPS strategic values. You'll hear about the SLPS flagship reading initiative, Literacy for the Lou, or L for L, where our goal is to turn moments of reading into habits that students enjoy both in school and at home. Chief Vanoy will share data displayed in 4 quadrants, and then Principal Morocco, who knows her students by name, strength, and need, will briefly share strategies that are being used to support her learners who have set reading goals and are moving and growing into them. You'll hear the work that she's doing, and then you'll hear about our school libraries. All right. Literacy for the Lou is intended to create excitement about reading throughout the entire St. Louis community, which will spark a passion for reading and turn moments of reading into habits. We are excited that Local 420 will be joining us as we launch on January 27th at the St. Louis Public Library, where there will be a main event, a surprise superhero for all ages, reading activities, book giveaways, face painting, access to vendors, and more. Just like my passport captures where I've been, on the onset of students participating in L for L, they will receive a passport that will be used to build on the reading goals that they have if they are a St. Louis Public School student, or declare one if they are not a student in St. Louis Public Schools. The passport will be used to capture the books they've read so that students can see themselves as capable readers. We have the passport, the poster, the bookmark. Once again, you have our board goals, and then you have our strategic values. While Literacy for the Lou is a citywide program, here are a few things that we're going to be doing in St. Louis Public Schools. There is going to be training for principals and coaching. There will be reading and writing initiatives for targeted schools, Jefferson, Ashland, Merrimack, Walbridge, Columbia, and Peabody. Then there will be interventions for students at those schools, and then we will have student or school-based libraries. I'll turn it over to Chief Vanoy to share about the STAR training that has been done for principals and coaches.
Thank you, Dr. Bourchid. On December 19th, we had our 3rd training with our principal leaders from Star Renaissance, and we focused on the concept of growth. And as I've said before, student growth percentile is what STAR uses to track my progress from one assessment to the other one. During the training, the focus was on reviewing the growth data from the beginning of the year, and we had it on the 19th, so we had the data back from the December assessment. Remember, we give it in September, we give it in December, and then we also are going to give it in May. So we were able to look at those student growth percentiles in real time and share that information with our principals so they could take it back to their schools and their teachers. Our goal is that all principals know individual student scores and are reviewing the data with teachers on an ongoing basis. Now, I think in your packet you received a bookmark. And the bookmark says, thank you, it says SGP, and we know what SGP stands for. It stands for Student Growth Percentile. And it gives a definition of what we need to look for and what it means when we see it. Principals are expected to know their students by name, strength, and need. Dr. Bourchid just said that, so I'm going to say it again. Student name, student needs, and strengths. As they review the data, principals will determine if students need to edit their goals. Remember when we had the young man back in October from Gateway Elementary, and he came with his teacher and they set a goal? We saw the video. Well, he's well past his winter goal and is now doing a reach goal for his spring assessment. During the goal setting, the expectation and guidance that we provided to principals was for a minimum growth of a half a year, at least a half a year, in both reading and math. On the back of the bookmark, you'll see the testing windows that we follow as we look at student growth percentile. So Dr. Boershade really pushed the assessment department to produce this report that's on the screen, and I'm going to tell you right now, it's probably my favorite. So it's what we call a quadrant report or scatter plot. And because it has 4 boxes, we're going to go over what those individual boxes mean. And this is actually data from Shenandoah. On the upper left, you can see low growth, high proficiency. Bottom left is low growth, low proficiency. Bottom right is high growth, high proficiency. And bottom right is high growth, low proficiency. So Cheryl, what does all that mean? On the left-hand side, where it shows 600 to 1400, that's the scale score that the student receives in the STAR assessment. The numbers on the bottom from 0 to 100 represent that SGP percentage. And remember, we talked about we want to be at least a half a year or 50. When we have students who are behind in reading, we want them to be at least at 75% SGP. Now that black line that's across the middle, it says 995. That represents, according to STAR, because it is aligned to the MAP assessment, according to STAR, in order for me to be a proficient student in 3rd grade, by the time I take the assessment, I need to be at least 995. So you can see in this slide, and this is the spring, so last year, May, through fall of September, you can see that we had the majority of our students in the low growth, low proficiency, meaning that they didn't grow a lot from the spring to the fall, and they're not really close to being proficient. That's what that means. On the right-hand side, you can see that those 3 students grew. They had high growth. They had the 50 or 75%, but they're still relatively far away from the 955. Okay, you ready for me to click? Because this is amazing. Same information for Shenandoah for the winter months. There's only 1 baby left on the left-hand side. Yeah, thank you, Dr. Boershade. There's only 1 student on the left-hand side that is low growth, low proficiency. And look at how some of the blue dots are above the 995 and others are very close. And guys, they need to be at 995 by the spring. So think what this is going to look like when we come and stand before you in the spring after May and show you this 3rd scatter plot. I will be honest with you, I fought Dr. Boershade on this visual, but as I said before, I love it. So guess what I'm going to do now? Not yet. I'm going to show you the spring, fall, and the fall, winter side by side, and you can really see the difference right there. I will now hand the presentation over to Principal Morocco from this wonderful school of Shenandoah. And you will hear from her how they're using the STAR information with her teachers, with her students, and we may also ask her, Principal Morocco, to say something about the attendance, okay? Okay. Dr. Morocco.
Okay, first of all, it is my bedtime, so I'm just going to put that out there right now. If my words are slurring, that might be the issue. But good evening, and thank you for allowing me to be here and talk about Shenandoah, and to a fellow staff member who has held out with me to just be here in support of the work that we are doing at Shenandoah. So this is Mr. Bogier. He is our 4th grade teacher, excellent. He also does our before and after school, which I think is also, I'll talk to you about it, but they do tutoring and work in the after school and before school program. So he does that and kind of make sure that student groups are being met before, during, and after school. So thank you. All right, so at Shenandoah, one thing that we've first looked at is initially just our Tier 1 instruction, what our Tier 1 instruction looks like in terms of how to have better teaching strategies, more students doing the heavy lifting, doing the work, getting our students getting our students to grade level content that is rigorous. So we've really focused on those areas and what good solid instruction looks like in the classroom. Additionally, what we have is we are very data driven. So you can see on the screen in front of you just a little snippet of some of the data that we do. But we are data driven. We do have our reading teacher and we have a supplemental teacher. We were part of the redesign process 3 years ago. And part of that redesign process, we adopted, this was a year before I got there, but they adopted the RTI Response to Intervention program. So when I took over as principal last year, it was up and running and it's very strong. We are a comprehensive school, so we get funding for being a comprehensive school, and the decision was made to use that funding in a very smart and strategic way for extra supplemental teachers. So where our reading teacher from the district teaches and works with our students in Tier 2, our supplemental teacher gets to those Tier 3 students. So those students that, as Ms. Van Noy was speaking about, those students that really have gaps to fill, our Tier 3 supplemental teacher is able to get to those students. So every year at the beginning of the school year, not only do we take the STAR and analyze the STAR data in our instructional planning reports and see what each student needs, and we group them, we differentiate within our Tier 1 and Tier 2 in the classroom, but our reading specialists as well as our supplemental teacher, they also go and they test individually every student in our building using a variety of measures. So that they will use the CBMs, which is within STAR. They will use what they've received from letters training, just some good solid phonics, I think it's Spire, I think that we use Spire to assess so that every student, it's drilled down very specifically to their needs. And then with that information, that is shared with the teachers, that's shared obviously with me, it's shared with, that's how they create their groups. That's how they pull their groups, and so throughout the day, we have kids moving back and forth, going to groups, working on fluency, working on sight words and letters, sounds, and all of those things. So this on the screen is just a kind of a snapshot of our deeper dive that we did at Shenandoah with the CBM data. So essentially there are 5 core needs for literacy. So you have phonics, phonemic awareness, phonics, fluency, vocabulary, and comprehension. And those are kind of like the pillars to which you want to see. If you look on the screen, purple are our 5th graders. Okay, green represents our 4th graders. 3rd is orange, blue is 2nd, and pink is 1st grade. If you look under phonics awareness, or phonemic awareness, sorry, it's late, phonemic awareness, you will see where we struggle. So we have this data, so we know our students are really, really still struggling in our foundational practices. They need that direct, deep instruction of phonics and phonemic awareness in order to get through the progression and make it through to comprehension. So we use our MyView books, our MyView curriculum, what's provided from the district, but then we also supplement, because of these gaps that you see, we also supplement with UFly from the University of Florida Literacy Institute, which it just really takes all of these skills and drills them down so our teachers know explicitly how to teach teach reading to our students, not just our supplemental teacher and our reading teacher, but additionally our teachers in the classroom. They are also using the My Focus from the MyView to bridge some of these gaps. Because what we really want to see, like, we need to see everybody in comprehension. But if you look at the staggering number of purple, right, of fifth graders that are still struggling with phonological awareness, that kind of sets the tone for the work that we need to do. Growing our students, we are doing that, but we do have big gaps to fill. And then the next one, yes. So the next one is just our goal sheets. This is just a practice that we do. I think just things like this being celebrated means a lot. It means a lot, not just to me, but to our kids and to our staff. So our students, they will take the STAR test, or they will go to our reading teacher, Ms. Tolarski or Dr. DeMott, and they will come running down the hallway, and Mr. Bogier can attest to this. They will come running down the hallway to tell us, like, I just increased X in my fluency. Like, I can now read 102 minutes or 2 words per minute, and last time I did this, I could only read 40. So they know that this is important, and they feel the energy, and we celebrate, we ring the bell, we send home certificates. So this is an example of our goal sheet. We have a goal sheet for math and reading. And so each teacher sits down with each one of their students, and they talk about, like, what do you think will help you? What do you need? What can I do? And then that backside is sort of just helps them kind of have a visual of where their goal is, because as they see that line increase, then they get more and more excited. Is there another slide? Or is that okay? Yeah. So those are just some of the things that we're doing, and kind of will continue to do and improve. But definitely the work cannot happen without the classroom teachers, and with our supplemental teacher, and our reading teacher. That really helps. So as far as attendance, we're sort of doing a lot of the same things in celebration. We like to celebrate. I am very much a believer that if you're not having fun, then you're not learning. So I think when you come to our school, Dr. Borshade came on Friday, and we were all dressed in camouflage because we were having our boot camp day, and we're just we're enjoying it. Our kids literally run into the building, and they cry when they leave for after school, because they want to stay in our building. And I think that is kind of like the root of where it really begins. So attendance has been is an issue. We did increase our attendance at this point, I believe, by 16%. Okay, good. I wanted to make sure I got that right. 16% from last year. Same time last year. Yes, same time last year. We're up 16%. So we still have, but we're way off the mark. Not going to lie. We are a neighborhood school. We have transportation issues, but we have transportation issues in terms of our parents bringing our kids to school. One thing that we did this year was have before school instead of just after school, which may or may not be helping. But we have weekly incentives. Our family community specialist, she calls down all the students who have perfect attendance each week, and they visit our Shenny's Prize Closet. We had a glow party dance in December for all of our students who had 90 or better attendance rates. Let's see what else. We actually just do random. Sometimes it's just random, like, hey, send seven students who are here on time and to Shenny's Prize Closet, and 7 random students get to come down and get a prize. So we have a lot of tardy issues. One of the transportation things is we have a lot of families that have 3 to 5 children in our building, and if one child is sick and they have to drive their student to school because they don't have a bus because they live within that mile, then they don't bring any of them to school. Last year there was a family of 5. The mother had a baby, had a C-section, and for 2 weeks she couldn't drive. And so for 2 weeks, I finally begged security to if they could go and pick them up so that they could come to school because they were missing. So anyway, so yeah, just a lot of trying to celebrate messages home, positive things to let the parents know what we're trying to do and how important it is for your students to be there every day. Is that it? Oh yes. And now I'm going to hand it back over to Dr. Borshade.
Thank you. Other activities that we will have is reading and writing training. Beginning this month, 3rd grade teachers from 6 targeted schools will meet at Jefferson for job-embedded professional development to observe a demonstration lesson in the 3rd grade reading classroom. They will see how reading and writing work in tandem to support students making meaning of complex grade-level text for themselves. This type of professional development will occur until May. After the demonstration lesson, there will be a debriefing with the classroom teachers to clarify any questions that they have to explain why certain instructional moves were made. Colleagues will have an opportunity to share their understanding and next steps. We will also have an opportunity to examine student work. One of the things that's been noticed is that oftentimes students and teachers are working really hard. And in order for us to see those results, it's important that we understand and align our work to power and progression standards. The professional development comes from the thought of science of reading. It's asset-based and focused on high-leverage instructional moves that build on the knowledge of our students so that they become independent, capable learners. Equally important, we will focus on students' engagement where they do the cognitive lifting. Our students are very capable of doing that. Once again, the 6 principals and 7 teachers will meet at Jefferson. This information has been shared with principals, and they are excited about the opportunity this provides for their students and teachers to look at student work and compare their 3rd graders to what other 3rd graders are doing. Intervention. This intervention pilot will take place at the same 6 schools beginning in February with Varsity Tutors. In February, we will be asking for a vote on a resolution for Varsity Tutors so that we can begin our high-dosage virtual tutoring biweekly. Thinking about outcomes, from the job-embedded professional development and classroom demonstrations, we are expecting that teachers will be able to deepen their understanding of the connection between reading and writing and the instructional strategies to ensure that students, once again, do the cognitive lifting. We're also hoping that teachers will extend the intentionality related to strategies used for students to read and write. When we think about student outcomes, our 3rd grade students will be able to turn and talk and speak in complete sentences using sentence frames that leads to writing opportunities. They will be able to cite text-based evidence in response to a question and develop their speaking and listening skills. They will also deepen their understanding of both fiction and nonfiction, and they will be responding to writing prompts to express and share their thoughts. With all of this, it's inevitable that our students will need school libraries. Dr. Crapo will share that plan.
Thank you, Dr. Borshade. So I'm thrilled to share this evening that SLPS is looking to update all of our school libraries this second semester. So with board approval this evening, SLPS is seeking to make an unprecedented $4.5 million investment in all of our libraries. So I want to acknowledge the work and leadership of Dr. Royster in this effort. And so why does this investment matter? High quality libraries lead to improved outcomes for students. They provide access to books, which leads students having the opportunity to read independently. Independent reading allows students to fully immerse themselves in their chosen books and just develop a genuine love of reading without feeling limited by a specific reading level. Reading independently is simply just a powerful part of growing and learning. So you can see on this slide some of our students and the joy on their faces when they're reading a choice book from a school library. And I think all of us can think about a time that we've been to the library and picked out a book that we were really excited about. So just a little more information about this. So the library upgrades are both digital and hard copy or hardbound. And we've been curating lists that are high interest and culturally relevant texts. And so Dr. Royster's team is looking to make sure that there is input in these books. So families, teachers, and students will have the opportunity to provide input in the text selections. And so this is only the beginning. So tonight we're talking about our school libraries. The next step that we'll bring to the board is talking about classroom libraries. And so we look forward to sharing more about upgrading our classroom libraries later this spring. So with that, I will turn it over to you all for questions for the academic team.
Is there any questions? Principal from Shenandoah, can you come up, please? She like, what I do?
Yes.
First, I want to thank you for staying this late. I know tomorrow is a whole new day. I actually had the opportunity to come to Shenandoah and see the remarkable work and the love that you have for your students. And you do know every last one of your students' name. I stayed and walked with you, and you called them out, and you loved on them. I saw the remarkable work that he has actually done with the students. I saw the coffee little shop that you guys have. Like, you really have done a lot to transform what you have at Shenandoah, and I see the impact that's really having. I think the parents really appreciate that. So I want to commend you for the work that I see that you've been able to do coming into that space. We often hear what's not happening, what could happen, what should happen, and you've always, even in the conversation that I've had with you, you make a way for your students and your parents and your staff. So I wanted to publicly commend you for that. I think it's remarkable, and to see the growth that your students have had to get that close, I'm not surprised, and I know that they'll be just where you want them to be or higher. So congratulations and outstanding work. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that very much. And if, like, the back of my shirt says it all. I said this last year that we're better together, and we say that all the time, and we say that to our families because none of us can do this by ourselves. And so it's a motto that really was just meant for last year, but like it has just kind of continued because it really is, without you, without all of us, we're just all better together. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other questions for this great team in their presentation regarding reading?
Yeah, I'll just say this is extremely exciting, and congratulations to you on what you've done. I would just make the comment that would love to see how, this can be done at other schools, considering the differences, right, in having the funding for extra supplemental teachers to support that work, and really experienced teachers. So, just looking forward to see how this can, be done in other schools that look a little bit different. So thank you so much.
Yes. All right. Yeah, thank you.
Dr. Borshade, in regards to the program, it looks like you're launching at the 3 or 6 schools, and I think it's kind of in unison with the other question that's being presented to the board, the $4 million, is that part of ESSER dollars? Is, Dr.
Yes.
Crapo?
Yeah, thank you.
It's the part of the ESSER 3 funds. And so what you're doing, or these schools were identified, are these considered comprehensive schools?
These are comprehensive schools.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Is there
Thank
any other
you.
questions for Dr. Borshade or the team? Okay. Thank you. Ooh, thank you. No questions. Consent agenda. Now on to the consent agenda. I know we need one pulled. Which one is it? I'm sorry. Board member Wise, I know one of them needed to be pulled.
I'll move to approve consent agenda 109-2401 through 109-2403.
Second.
Any discussion? Ms. Henry?
Mr. Hikes?
Yes.
Ms. Weiss?
Yes.
Ms. Hubbard?
Yes.
Ms. Jones?
Yes.
Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Ms. Cousins?
Yes.
Motion passed.
I'll make a motion to approve 109-2404.
Second. Any discussions? Ms. Henry?
Mr. Hikes?
Yes.
Ms. Weiss?
Abstain due to my place of employment.
Ms. Hubbard?
Yes.
Ms. Jones?
Yes.
Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Ms. Cousins?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Make a motion to approve 109-2405 through 109-2411.
Second. Any discussions? Ms. Henry?
Mr. Hikes?
Yes.
Ms. Weiss?
Yes.
Ms. Hubbard?
Yes.
Ms. Jones?
Yes.
Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Ms. Cousins?
Yes.
Motion passed.
On to the board members' report. I wanted to go over a few things that I've had the opportunity to do since the beginning of the school year, of this new year, I'm sorry. I did have the opportunity to visit, I always get this wrong, AESM Lovager, I got that right, and see the remarkable things that they've been doing. I know that they are on their way in getting the Verizon lab completed. It's going to be one of the largest labs within the district. I also had the pleasure of seeing the unique way that they've been able to do their ELA students. ELL, I'm sorry. The ELL students, how they were able to kind of migrate over into AESM Lovager, and kind of giving them the love and support that they need to kind of transition into a new school setting. I think the principal over there is doing a remarkable job, as well as the staff. I was very impressed with the environment. It all showed a welcoming environment to the students as well as the parents from what I was able to see. One of the things I definitely wanted to recognize is I also had the opportunity to go to Sumner. Yeah, I want to make sure board member Hikes hears this. I had the opportunity to go over to Sumner High School. Absolutely, absolutely impressed with Dr. Wallace and her team. The time that I came, it was the students actually transitioning from class to class. And it was so many students in the hall, like, excited to be there. You really saw them wanting to be there and the pride that they had within the school. I also, during that time, had the opportunity to visit the Economic Empowerment Center. That's where St. Louis Development Corporation is actually housed within the annex of the Sumner building. And they've been there for a year, and they're really doing a lot of remarkable things when trying to bring entrepreneurship within that area for any potential businesses or people that's looking to try to start businesses. That's a good hub for them to be able to go and get resources and services. And then I had the opportunity to meet with Board Member Heights and Board Member Jones and do a tour with Congresswoman Bush and President Cummings with the AFT Local 20 to see the Building Futures program. It's kind of starting from a lot of what we're saying in regards to the construction aspect of things. But what's unique about this Building Futures program, and the reason why Congresswoman Bush was involved, is she actually earmarked funds for the district to actually be able to launch this program. And this program is actually where it's teaching. We're not just focusing on our high school age students, but we're also actually having the opportunity to work with our third graders and some, I think we're trying to squeeze it in. Dr. Henny go talk about it. But some second graders where they're actually getting hands-on learning on how to actually do build clocks and actually work with tools and understand rulers. So we're trying to create, and by receiving these funds, we're trying to create a pipeline for our elementary students to now go into the middle school, to now go into the high school and actually start learning the trade at an early age. What we're hoping and finding is that this is going to teach our students better on what we're saying as the goals that we have for our reading and math, especially if we're getting them doing hands-on carpentry work, that they're learning math at an early age and they're really enjoying it. So to see the impact that that program has had and the ability to be able to expand it, and what we've just done tonight is actually approve that program. And I want to commend Dr. Henny on the work that him and his team has been doing to ensure that those type of programs are being expedited and moved forward within service in the district. But I did want to bring that to the forefront to let people know we did see that. The final thing that I was able to see as well was Dr. Scarlett was asked, that's during our different visits, but she was asked to go and speak at Learn and Earn at Forest Park Community College. And it was, I think it's a 2-day event, but this is where we had over 200 and some odd seniors actually go on the campus of Forest Park Community College and actually get training and exposure to different potential internships that they can have going into their senior year, as well as potential college courses that they'll be able to take. Very impressed with the work that the CTE program and Dr. Henny and his team is doing, and I just wanted to bring that to the forefront and give you homage. Thank you.
You did all that since last Thursday?
All of that.
I may have to
and
give you,
work.
I may have to give you this plan. I have one just real quick update. I also went to AESM, but you already took that. I would just, I second everything you said. I would just mention, as I see Mr. Watson over there, that 1969 school probably is going to benefit from some Prop S money. And then I also just want to point out the legislative session started last week, and they're off to a very fast start. The first education bill is going to be heard and hearing tomorrow at 8 a.m. It is House Bill 1989, which is the return of the open enrollment bill. We did submit public comment on that, and we'll be monitoring that. There's also 2 more bills, which are voucher expansion and then a home school tax credit. All 3 bills we oppose, and the early start is not very promising for our opposition to those bills, but we will have a legislative meeting with full updates next Tuesday via Zoom at 4 o'clock. That's the 16th at 4 via Zoom.
Any other board reports? Board member Hubbard.
Last Thursday, I got sworn in as a member of the Public School Retirement System Board. I hope I will do a good job on there, but I'm excited to see what we can do for people who have served our children for many years.
Any other board reports? That being said, we're going to move to public comments. We have a presentation by Dr. Lauren Preston.
Thank you. Good evening, or night, whichever we're in now. I don't know. Thank you so much. My name is Lauren Ray Preston, and I just wanted to thank you for taking the time for me tonight, as well as following the board policy that you just recently established. It shows that you value the voices of parents in the district. I just want to state on the record that I support the district, and I oppose the opening of more charter schools. I am really in support of public education that will serve all children. And I'm here as a parent just encouraging the district to continue in this work of serving the students better. So over the last 2 years, I've spent countless hours helping my daughter. My daughter was exiting kindergarten, and this was around the time of the pandemic, and she didn't know all her letter names and the letter sounds. And I am an educator, but I didn't know that that was a red flag that I needed to look for. And I started taking some classes because I didn't have money, but I had some tuition credits as a faculty member, and I took a class in language and dyslexia. And it started helping me understand how students learn how to read and how students might struggle when you otherwise would think that they're intelligent children. And so this brought me to taking these classes, and I started contacting the school, and I started asking what could be done for not only my daughter, but once I started investigating how teachers were teaching and the curriculum being used, I started asking more questions, and I joined the literacy committee that was held monthly with the district administrators, teachers, and other staff, and I attended that for a year. I sent recommendations. I followed the special education process at the same time, trying to get my daughter the support that she needed. I've even had to hire recently a special education advocate because the special education process is so incredibly difficult, and the schools are really struggling to meet the special education laws, frankly. I've also been working with my daughter at home over the last 2 years. So I'm just saying all of those things that I've done just to indicate how much I've done and how hard it's been, and my daughter is still struggling. She made a lot of progress over the summer, but she's regressed because we need to really revisit the curriculum that's being used. So I'm just also advocating for my niece, some other children that I have had friends come and say, can you help me figure out what's going on with my child? And I've learned that a lot of teachers really want to help, but they don't know what they don't know, just like me whenever I was starting to help my daughter. I know a lot of districts are dealing with this. This is not just St. Louis Public. I'm just trying to say I don't want this to happen to other kids. I worked really hard for my daughter, and I can see that if you have to work this hard to get my daughter to this place, what's happening with parents that don't know, right? And that will struggle. So I'm just wanting to make sure that we get this right for the kids. Also, I found that the district information is really hard to understand. So I have a doctorate in education. When you present some of the things up here, I can understand about half of it. But the rest that I don't understand is just actually confusing. It's not because I don't understand the words that are being used. It's because it's being presented in a way that doesn't really make sense and tell a story, what we're trying to actually get from the data. So I'm just asking that we be more transparent, especially people have said, well, you need to recognize your privilege. And I hope that it's transparent that I am using my privilege to say we need to be more accessible to those who might not understand all of these kinds of presentations and information. I love to hear what schools are doing. I'm just really excited to hear that. I've kind of talked a lot about STAR and how the STAR reading computer test is not enough to indicate where students are struggling, so I love to hear that there's other measures being used. The oral reading fluency is a great one, and then students really can see their progress, and that builds confidence. So I just really love that. I love to hear about Spire and UFly, which have both really worked for my daughter. I think the libraries are awesome. I think that also is another piece. But I also continue to say we have to get our students also reading at the same time we give them those great books. So both things are happening at the same time. So I'm just, again, coming back to asking the questions that I want to have be transparent for parents to understand, which is how are kids being identified when they're struggling with reading? can be communicated with parents, and how are parents informed in a way that they can understand. And I think that's my time, so I just thank you for taking this time to listen.
Thank you very much. Mr. Monroe.
Good evening. I brought a. You want to hold something from me, man? I can't do all this by myself, man. I'm Bill Monroe, and I'm a former St. Louis police officer. And I want to use some words that's been in the news quite recently: race, carjacking, black boys getting locked up, robberies, murder. And I attended a function last night at Urban League, and they had the chief of police out there. And the one component was missing in that whole thing was you guys. Because the cure for what this madness is in the streets is education, skills, and job training, and making schools relevant for the young black boys that are out here putting masks on and making people afraid, including me sometimes. And I fought them. And I led the police department for locking up robbers, thieves, carjacks, and what have you during that time. And I'm afraid of these streets right now. You have the solution. Don't take this time out of my minutes now, me setting it up. But here it is, and I wanted to bring this to that group. Here's part of the solution, board. In the black community, the majority of your crumbling, bombed out buildings in the black community, where you see thieves, robbers, homeless people coming in and out of these places every day. Here's the solution, people. We have the solution in our community. Some of these buildings that we use for children. I've given this board, well, you put me a lot of work here. I've given this board an MOU, a handwritten MOU. A memorandum of understanding. And what I'm asking for as Harriet Tubman, the non-for-profit public benefit that I have put together since 2006. Can you focus the camera in on that now? I'm asking for 3 schools. In this memorandum of understanding, I'm asking for Stowe. I'm asking for what was that, Langston Middle and Beaumont. Beaumont is underutilized. Harriet Tubman has plans and has presented these plans before to this Board of Education, have been ignored. One of these schools, whether Stowe or Langston, one of these schools we're making to a female dormitory for our children to address the homeless situation that we got out here. Stowe Elementary, we designed to make a male dormitory and learning institution. I've given this memorandum of understanding as an introduction, and I'm asking that this Board of Education, within a week's time, allows Bill Monroe and members of this board, Dr. Scarlett, to sit down and meet and come up with a time plan. Summer is coming. Summer is coming. And I have a plan to take these schools and turn them into learning institutions and a place where our children can live and learn.
Thank you, Mr. Monroe.
And I'm asking that this memorandum of understanding where I'll be allowed time, just like you allowed the white male to stand before you from CPN
Thank
on
you,
3 or
Mr.
4
Monroe.
occasions without any time limit.
Thank you, Mr. Monroe.
And you constantly give men like me a time limit.
Thank-
Dr. Scarlett, I'd
thank
like
you.
to meet with you
Thank you, Mr. Monroe.
about the utilization
You can be seated,
of
sir.
these vacant
Thank you.
schools that are
Thank
crumbling
you.
in our district to be utilized for the
Thank you,
betterment of
Mr.
our children.
Monroe. That's 3 times.
Summer is coming, and
Can
we
you please
need
turn
to
off his
come up with a
mic?
solution for what our boys are going through. And we got the solution, but we're going to have to get up off our butt and get something going.
Thank you. Ms. Stacy.
And pardon me being emotional, okay? But it's emotional to see the crime statistics that we see in our community, and the Board of Education has a plan. You can do it. You can do it. And Dr. Scarlett, for the people that ask you what qualification Bill Monroe had on to sit on your citywide plan, and here I am. My hair wasn't great.
Thank you, sir.
In front of Thurgood Marshall. I'm the founder of the first charter school in this town.
Thank you.
I think that would qualify me to sit on a citywide planning
Could you please have
to
a
help
seat?
save the lives of
Mr.
our
Monroe,
children in this
can
community.
you please have a seat?
All right? And I thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Stacy. Thank you, sir.
And I'm looking for an opportunity like you give white people to stand here without a time limit. Thank you, brother. I knew you'd help me. No doubt. Thank you, sir. I knew you'd help me.
Ms. Stacy.
All right, I know it's late, so I will keep brief. First and foremost, I want to say that, and just acknowledge that I'm inspired by some of the ideas I've seen tonight, some of the knowledge sharing we saw from Shannon Doe. I thought that was spectacular. But I do want to bring it back because in the January meeting, the future of the CPN was ultimately discontinued, and I'm not here to debate that. That's kind of dead and buried at this point. But I am here as a parent of a pre-K4 child at Merrimack Elementary School and another one that is planned to start next year in pre-K3. And I just want to kind of bring the discussion back to Merrimack at the board level. So Merrimack is a school that was ranked in the bottom 20% of SLPS elementary schools when it came to the MAP Performance Index in 2019. And we saw it raise to the middle of the pack during the 2022-2023 academic year. That growth is notable, I believe, considering all of the headwinds that we do have as a school. There was a whole pandemic that also happened. This growth certainly didn't happen on a whim. It happened with a lot of intentionality and hard work on part of the faculty and alignment within the building. So rounding the corner into 2023-2024 school year, everyone definitely was on edge because the longevity of the CPN was in question. This year, we lost our principal, who was nothing short of remarkable. We no longer have a math specialist. We no longer have a reading specialist or a nurse. Our grant-funded STEM lab is no longer operational, and that teacher has since moved into a dedicated classroom at the grade level. And one of the things I want to acknowledge about the STEM lab is all students, regardless of being acknowledged as special or talented, spent 2 hours of education every week in the STEM lab. And I think we saw some of the outcomes of that in the MAP Performance Index scores for science at Merrimack Elementary. So I think that was a really important tool. I'd love to know the plans for potentially continuing those efforts at Merrimack Elementary School, especially the idea of enrichment for all, because I think that's important at the elementary level especially. And that's no longer operational along with those other supports. So with all of that taken into account, I'm here to ask you Just for the plan to provide support and services at Merrimack now that we no longer have the direct attention of the CPN as a safety net of administrative support. From where we are standing, we're at risk of losing our hard-fought progress in terms of our actual student growth. There were definitely some interesting ideas presented tonight. I'm not confident that all of those ideas will actually fill the void that we have, especially what we've seen this year. So I'm just asking for transparency and proactive communication with parents regarding the challenges we're experiencing, not only at Merrimack, but at our neighborhood schools. So thank you for your time, and thank you for making it a late one tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Stacy. Is there a motion to adjourn?
I move to adjourn.
Second.
Ms. Henry?
Mr. Hikes? Ms. Weiss? Ms. Hubbard?
Yes.
Ms. Jones?
Yes.
Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Ms. Cousins?
Yes.
We are adjourned.